grassroots broadcast. Today is Wednesday, November 16th, and it's just a little after 12 noon. My apologies. We're going to begin today with a proclamation on GIS services. John, I don't know if you'd like to say a word or two about GIS and your experience before I read the proclamation. I don't want this to be over too fast.
Sure. Well, having the ability to geographically reference our information and/or to have accurate maps and elevations as we're designing projects, assessing our taxes or what have you, is invaluable in terms of productivity, and it also provides a powerful tool for the public to go and research information and find data. And the investments in GIS, I think, are laying the groundwork for us to increasingly have what we call geographically referenced information, so that if you want to know not just where something is, but the documents that lay behind it, whether it be ownership documents or what have you, is a real possibility, and it's going to make the services that we're able to offer online to our citizens and constituents in the future much more effective and intuitive. And so it's an important tool for us as staff, and I think increasingly will become an important tool for our public.
Thank you. And I would also note before I read this proclamation that I was actually on the City Council back in 1991 when we were asked, as the county was, to make a joint investment in GIS systems. And I'd just like to say I think it really has fulfilled the promises that we all heard at the table at that time. So no further ado, why don't you step forward, Mary Lackner, the director of our GIS department, and please come forward and introduce your staff.
Bridget Kelly and Tyler Lambert, they're also in our GIS department. So we all work to make it a better program for the citizens and elected officials and internal departments as well.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. So, a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners recognizing Pickens County, Colorado, a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado recognizing GIS Day, otherwise known as Geographic Information Systems. Whereas the Aspen-Pickens GIS program was established in 1991 with the first aerial photography mission on May 17, 1991, and has since managed 7 air photo missions, mapped 16,572 parcels, 1,195 miles of road, and maintains over 125 data layers, and has been internationally recognized as a leader in the industry with the 2009 ESRI Special Achievement in GIS Award. Whereas the management, use, and exchange of geographic information is essential for effective decision-making, and geography has played a defining role in the settlement, history, and cultural heritage of Aspen and Pickens County, our nation and humanity, and whereas the understanding and application of geospatial concepts is crucial for supporting economic prosperity, emergency services, environmental protection, long-range planning, business efficiency, asset management, and much more. And whereas the Aspen-Pickens GIS program coordinates efforts to eliminate duplication, reduce costs, develop standards, and to facilitate the sharing and integration of GIS data, methods, and knowledge within the organization. And whereas there's a need to promote GIS awareness, education, and technical training among various groups to appropriately and effectively utilize this rapidly developing technology. Having a day of GIS activities open to students, citizens, government leaders helps achieve greater awareness of the benefits of GIS. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that Thursday, November 17, 2011, is GIS Day and the 20th anniversary of GIS in Aspen and Pickens County, dated the 16th day of November, 2011.
So with that, we do have an open house tomorrow from 10 to 2 at the Rio Grande Meeting Room. It's a public drop-in, come see what we're doing, and hope to see a lot of people there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you.
And Paul says hi. All right. We'll now ask our manager, are there additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Not necessarily additions or deletions to the agenda. One correction that does not require board action, but consent actions is actually a public hearing item, as that is in the ordinance. It was listed as a consent action on second reading. That was a Scribner's error. And also, at your request, Rachel, we do have Liz Stark coming over to offer flu shots here before 1 o'clock, and so I'd encourage you to take a break, and I think you committed to get
Yes,
one.
I did.
And any other board members or staff who would like to get one at the meeting will have that opportunity. So we'll see Liz here probably in a little bit.
That's wonderful, and I'm sure we all would have comments on that, but it's by being protected individually that we protect our community as a whole. And so, while I'm not quite as afraid of getting a flu, there are certainly infants, seniors, those with compromised immune systems who my shot will benefit, and I think it's good for us. I do think we're also going to add an executive session at the end of the meeting to talk about property acquisition.
That is correct.
Okay. And let me ask on the first item, do we need to then move something on our agenda, John,
No.
to come into compliance with the public hearing?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. We will now turn to public comments and commissioners' comments. Is there anyone here from the public to speak to us today? Thank you for being here, and please just identify yourself for the record.
Sure. David Corbin from Aspen Skiing Company. I'm here to update the board on the status of our forthcoming Powder Pandas, or actually more broadly, Buttermilk Master Plan application. Been in communication with staff recently about that application. As many of you will remember personally, we were here in 2008 and asked for an extension of the Powder Pandas temporary use permit, which was granted until November 28th of this year, with the idea that the staff could likewise extend that one more year if we'd actually had an application and a master plan that had been approved but not yet constructed. I'm obviously not yet at that step. So wanted to advise you that I have a pending non-conformance with that temporary use permit. We don't open until December 10 at Buttermilk. I'm not sure if I will have my application with the new master plan in front of you by the 10th, but I think I will be in very shortly thereafter, if not by that date. I think by the 19th. We're about 90% complete with our master plan application. I'm meeting with Design Workshop, who's our planner for this, next week to review the submission draft. We have all of our architecture done. We have our civil engineering arriving today. Actually, we've got our geotech finished, traffic report, all of those elements, the wetland study, all of those elements are complete. So I'm very close, but I'm not yet there, and I anticipate that I may open, but not yet have that in front of you, but we'll have that in front of you very shortly. Wanted to advise you of that status, ask your forbearance for that, and patience with us.
Well, let me ask our staff, if we were to entertain either an extension of the temporary use permit or a new temporary use permit, what are the public noticing requirements?
We have not in the past done that, required public notice on that. A temporary, that type of application doesn't require public notice. In talking to Dave, I mean, the way we've written the condition last time was that you gave us the opportunity to extend one more year administratively if the master plan had been approved. So we're not quite there. If you're willing to, I guess, allow an extension, I mean, Dave and I have talked, obviously with the master plan just coming in at the beginning of this winter, they're not going to be ready, have construction completed. So we'd be looking at probably 2 more years of an extension. If you're comfortable with that, I think you could direct staff to process the administrative decision that would allow that. I think that would be how we could handle that.
Let me check in with the board. Jack?
I'd certainly support another year. I mean, let's not go 2 years, we don't know the status, whatever, but a year gets us plenty of breathing. And do it administratively, of course.
Others? There seem to be. Michael?
Just procedurally, are you asking us to take action in a public hearing? I mean, I appreciate Dave's appearance before us, but I would actually appreciate direction in a work session rather than using a public comment period for action on the part of the commissioners, because that leads to, not in Dave's case, but in other cases, the expectation that we'll take actions during the public hearing. So that's the problem I have.
Yeah, thank you for that kind of fine line clarification. I think as much as anything, I was looking for direction so Suzanne could start going forward in the right direction. It sounds like there's a condition of the previous approval that will not be met yet. And so in terms of guidance formally for your administrative action, I think that Michael's absolutely right. You should bring it back to us and kind of let us know how you're proceeding. I also think that Jack is correct in identifying 1 year, because we may want to see some construction zone mitigation plans and safety plans and things like that for the second year during construction, what the drop-off will be, that sort of thing. So, we'll just push that aside. Thank you again for the heads up. We all appreciate that. We look forward to seeing those plans.
Okay.
And we'll have Suzanne bring that back to us as you get ready to take formal action.
Then we'll work with staff on that request formally, I suppose, and be back before you in early December, and hopefully I will indeed have that application in hand with it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
We will ask, are there other members of the public here to bring items for our attention that are not yet on the agenda? There being none, I will close the public comment section and move to commissioner comments. Who would like to go first? George?
I just want to acknowledge a couple of past events that just had occurred. November 11th was Veterans Day, and it was a great ceremony and great participation by veterans from around the valley and citizens right out here in Veterans Park. So I want to thank all the veterans for everything they have done for us, and it was a great ceremony. Those of you who had a chance to see the Aspen Community Theater's production of Evita, I'm sure you were amazed and pleased. It's been over about 20 years now. The Aspen Community Theater has given us just tremendously high quality, Broadway quality productions, and this was no exception. I just want to acknowledge and thank the two grand dames for Aspen Community Theater, Rita Hunter and Jody Heck, for all the years they've been involved with the organization, Bob Finney, who leads the orchestra, and Tom Ward, who's an amazing set designer, and of course the entire cast. It was a great show, so congratulations. And as some of you may have noticed, the flags are up on Main Street. World Cup is coming to town over Thanksgiving weekend. This is a great event put on by the Aspen Skiing Company. It is the only women's stop in the U.S. And so it's great that we are able to host this. We'll have an international group of ladies coming here to compete against each other. The races are Saturday and Sunday up on by Lift 1. The ski company will actually be running shuttles from Ruby Park for those who don't want to have to grunt up the hill to 1A. But I encourage everyone to go out and enjoy the races and cheer our ladies on.
Thank you. Very good. Additional public comments? No one? Okay. Well, I would just kind of follow briefly George's comments. Well, and I also know that Nancy O'Dane has always been one of those theater supporters and stalwarts of the program. So I think she's neck and neck with those other guys, and they are a great trio for local community theater. The other is simply to ask that in honor of Veterans Day, which just passed, and of the fact that so many of our young men and women are still abroad fighting conflicts, wars on our behalf, and knowing that Thanksgiving is coming up on the 24th, and that is a holiday that's going to see a lot of empty seats around the table for a lot of Americans, that we offer a moment of silence, hoping that there is peace, respite, safety, and a little solace for those who've made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you all. We will now move on to consent action items. The first is the minutes of September. Well, let me ask. I know, Jack, you were away sometime here. You might want to break this up into different sections so you can vote on the ones that you can. I'd ask for a motion to approve the minutes of September 14th, October, as a single meeting?
I'll just abstain
You'll
for
abstain?
all of it.
Okay, because there's
it's too
some you were
hard to
there,
break
some you
it
weren't.
up.
I'd like to have a motion to approve the minutes of September 14th, October 26th, November 2nd, regular meeting, October 18th, and October 15th, special meetings, and September 20th, October 4th, October 11th, October 18th, October 25th, and October 31st work sessions, and then November 7th special meeting. You can see our clerk's office had to catch up a little after the elections, in which they were fully occupied.
Second.
Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 I'd like to abstain.
Okay,
Because I was
and one
not towns
abstention.
apart.
That's well recognized and appropriate. The second item would be a resolution to approve the community service block grant income eligibility policies and procedures. Is there a motion to that effect? Second?
Second?
Any further discussion on that? Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We now have a consent action second reading, and this should be a public hearing as well. Thank you. This is an ordinance authorizing the execution of 5 separate on-airport rental car concession agreements for rental car services in the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport Terminal Building. I'll have John introduce and present the item. Jim Elwood, our airport manager, is out of town at this point.
Yeah, and thank you, Rachel. John Peacock, County Manager. The previous 5-year agreements with our rental car vendors at the airport expired on April 30th, 2011. Since then, the rental car operations have been continuing under a month-to-month holdover provision in the agreements. During that period of time, staff worked with the rental car companies to negotiate a continued agreement. We couldn't reach consensus on that, and so have rebid the rental car concession agreements. And what's before you is an ordinance to authorize the chairwoman to sign those lease agreements for a 3-year term. I do have some additional information that you requested during the last meeting, and I'll see if I can get the Elmo up and working here.
You know, this might be a perfect time to pour a few shots while you're getting the Elmo up and running.
Well, actually, if you would like
No.
to...
I think we'll be just a few more minutes, Liz, if that's okay. We'll finish this item. Just kind of
Rachel, are you hearing any sound from that projector?
Yeah, I can hear the fans starting to go.
It's going to take a minute for this to warm up. The additional information that the board requested was how did the proposals that we received look in relation to our budget. And so what you have in front of you right now is the total charges that the rental car companies will be paying. The top level of rows is the guaranteed revenues from profit sharing. Below that, you have what are called customer facility fee charges. And then there are two companies that have most of their operations off airport, but do have some operations facilities that they are delivering cars to and that sort of thing. So what you can see is for 2011, and I'm just going to go to the totals, we have just over $2 million in revenues. The 2012 budget that you saw recently from Jim assumed just over $2,086,000 in revenues. The total revenues with customer facility charges and the profit sharing that came in on the 2012 bids is just under $2.2 million. So we're actually $97,000. The bids came in $97,000 ahead of the budget that we presented to you. Similarly, for 13 and 14, the bids with the customer facility charges came in ahead of what was in the 5-year budget and plan, $108,000 over for 2013 and $122,000 over. I apologize for the handwriting on there in 2014. These contracts will be, or these leases will be rebid again in 2014. That gives us time to get through our master planning process and understand what the future of the airport facilities and rental car facilities will look like. And with that, I just ask if there are any questions.
Well, let me start here by saying, looking at the 2012 budget and the 2012 bids, in my understanding, there is actually a pretty significant reduction in budget to actual bids, and that the difference is somewhat made up through the other charges within?
That's correct. So, in essence, there is lower guarantees for the profit sharing in total from the companies. Now, really, that's really national, and if you look at all of them, most of them are actually increasing. National and Alamo came down. But that is made up in the customer facility fee charges. And, I think what was happening there with the companies is the customer facility fee charges, as they go up, those are very, very predictable. The minimum guarantees allow the companies to, if they're reducing that, it allows them to manage more of the market risk there. So they're paying more in customer facility fees, in some cases maybe less than they otherwise would on the profit sharing.
And that is different from the customer facility fees that passengers pay on their airline tickets?
That's correct.
Okay,
that is
was
not,
the clarification I was
yeah.
looking for. So it still is coming from the rental cars,
From the
but just in
rental
a
cars.
different portion of their contract?
I apologize, yeah.
That's okay. Other questions? Rob?
Yeah, so let me, just so that I understand this correctly, these are minimum base rents. So this, you said revenue profit share,
So
guaranteed revenue profit share was the term you used.
the top rows
Yeah.
really are a guarantee that the rental car companies have given us that they're going to pay out of their basically profits. It's not a rent, and so this is a minimum. If they do much better, it's based on a percentage. So
If they do $1 worth of business, this is They still have to pay, they still owe us this amount.
Absolutely.
But potentially, these numbers could be greater
That's correct.
if they do more business, because, so this is a base minimum rent
That's correct.
for their profit share start, and then we get a percentage of anything above that basis.
Okay. Other board questions or comments on this? This is a public hearing, and so I'll ask, is anyone here from the public who would care to speak to this item? There being none, I will close the public hearing and board entertain a motion. Okay, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to deviate from our standard agenda for just a moment here in awareness of our community health programs and the value of receiving a flu shot for the upcoming flu season. We have with us Liz Stark, and just, why don't you come on up, or would you like us to come to that side table?
Bring it in.
Bring it in.
Okay, well, let's have her bring it in, and we can, I think, dispose of one other matter while Liz is setting up. There's a land use consent public hearing for the LLC site plan review and rural remote special review and Three Trees LLC site plan review, which is to be continued at the applicant's request. We have yet to fill in a date.
Right, and actually, one change to that, I discussed with the applicant, they're sort of looking more at their application, reworking it. This is, if you notice, this was noticed last August 2010. So I've discussed with them that it was appropriate at this time just to table the item. When they're prepared to come back, we will renotice, so we don't need to keep continuing this. So it's just to be tabled.
Okay, and this is down as a public hearing. I will open that public hearing. Is anyone here from the public who would like to comment on this request by the applicant for Three Trees to table? Being none, I will close that public hearing and board entertain a motion to table.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That one has been reappearing periodically for about 12 months. And just so people know, after we have our flu shots, we will begin to hear the Celestial Land Company request for relief from stay. So that will be just a few minutes further. Michael?
Do you want members of the audience to raise their hand if they wanted the flu shot?
I don't know how many shots Liz brought over with her, but there are ongoing flu shots right now happening over at the Rio Grande.
We're starting today at 3.
At 3
to
to
7 today.
From 3 to 7.
Open to the public.
Okay.
And Liz did tell me she has 10 shots available, 2 for each of you.
Well, I'll,
For those of you who would like one, I just need you to fill out the form, and I'll need an upper arm, so you'll need to...
okay, let's pass around the forms to anyone else who'd like to
That part of your
get that
site.
done.
My Yeah? We already got you. Jack, you have?
I've got easy access.
You had yours, okay.
I'll just take it through the shirt.
I have bronchitis, so I have to
You have some questions?
No.
Yeah, he wants to go out and we have an exam room.
Yeah, I know. I got one of my beer drinking.
Some people are, oh, Ruth's got a flu shot and got sick.
How can we do this?
So we have,
take mine off. Take my shirt, sign it.
Well, maybe I'll come over to the video.
Yeah, you come over here. This is creepy.
I've never heard of such a thing. I don't know what kind of spirit.
Liz gives the best shots, though. That much I know.
Great.
I'm going to come to you. Here's my form. All right, let's focus in here on how painful it is.
We've done this before, right? reaction. No reaction.
Just relax. I'm going to go on your deltoids.
Yeah.
What's your best stuff?
Sorry, Mike. Okay.
You're very welcome. I remember I wanted this back in October. Yes. And I-
Michael, I should tape on yours.
There we go. Just that way. And a sparkle band-aid. Sparkle band-aid.
We get lollipops?
Thank you.
No lollipops?
I forgot my lollipops for this crowd. I should have known that.
This crowd especially.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Good. Have you had these before, Ralph?
I haven't had one in about 10 years.
Oh, yeah. Really?
So
Good.
here I am
Back
again.
on schedule. So, your arm, this compensating.
No, I didn't. I was sore that day after the end of it. It's lucky. Her arm just swelled up like about that.
Look at eggs.
I think she was getting a cold before she got the shot.
Rob, you gonna get a lollipop?
Yeah. That would be nice. Fancy band-aid.
I wouldn't mess with it.
Hello.
Take the risk.
Just my Italian nose.
Where's your form?
Sinus infection, but that's totally.
Fill that out. Let me just take a look real quick. Let's go get it. Just to make sure we're not missing anything here. That's how we recommend pass.
There was something on it.
Better go knock on wood.
I couldn't ask you.
It had to do with inside all the time, so.
Okay. Town by Woody Creek?
Come over and get it.
Oh, well, I was after names? Okay, good. All right. Anyone else?
Liz, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And Liz, if you want to take just a moment for the cameras, what's the value of getting a flu shot? Why do you do that? Well, if you've ever had the flu, then you'll know why. It's very memorable. It's a very serious illness. 36,000 people every year die from the flu, and hundreds of thousands are hospitalized. And the reason you have to get it every year is because the virus does change from year to year, so you have to be revaccinated every year. But for people who say, oh, I've never had the flu, it's hard to say you're exempt from getting it because, it's very random and your time will come. And so if you can prevent it in any way to protect your health, then it's an easy thing to do. It's a very safe vaccine. It's painless, as we just demonstrated, and it protects you from a very serious illness. Thank you. Thank you again very much. We appreciate that. Can I do one more? Sure. That'll be really quick. We'll be really quick. And if anyone else would like to take a minute break, get a little water.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're done. Oh, yeah, he can fill that in afterwards.
Take my shirt off.
Deal's over, you better have signed that early.
This is where you bring out the really big needle.
Are there any post-flu shot instructions, no beer, no aspirin, anything like that?
Wait a second.
To help me grow hair, I'd have one.
Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. We greatly appreciate your service to the community. Okay, we are now going to go into our other land use public hearings. The first item is the Celestial Land Company request for relief from stay. Suzanne, if you'd like to present that, and then have the applicants come forward who are requesting this from the board.
Whoever's joining, what? Lance swapped me his seat, so.
Please.
I know this is a different land use process application. It's a relief of stay. It's a land use application that we went through several months ago. And at that time, we had a special meeting, and we really had some, we had the procedures we had in place to make sure that we were not going to have this turn into a debate back and forth between the parties, as well as a time constraint as well. So I just wanted to...
That was an appeal hearing. So we rendered our decision in the appeal, and then this is a request from a stay of a automatic action of our code that comes into play when someone has appealed our decision to the courts. So this is not a hearing about the merits of the application at all. But I'll let you elaborate. The previous hearing, there was an appeal of a decision, and we rendered a decision on that, and that has now been appealed to court.
Correct. You have that. You definitely have that. That is correct. So the applicant is requesting relief from the automatic stay. Maybe to go back, I'll walk through the very basics of the decisions that were made. And,
well, how about, why don't you walk through what the automatic stay is first?
Okay. The automatic stay is imposed by the code, and it prohibits further review of a development application. Again, the language from the code is the code provides for a stay on the processing of a land use application when litigation that is filed in a court may result in the alteration, amendment, or voiding of a previous determination or action pursuant to this land use code affecting developability, zoning, development regulations, construction, improvement, or other aspects of development affecting a parcel of land in Pitkin County. Unless the board provides relief from the stay continues until the issuance of a final non-appealable judgment or order.
Okay. And in layperson's term, John Ely or Susan, what does that mean?
You're the layperson.
I'm the layperson. I get to do the layperson's version. The layperson's version. Essentially, the stay, in this case, prevents them from continuing with land use applications back to the hearing officer. Again, I think walking back through the background that will explain that. But when the litigation is filed that may have an impact on a previous decision, I guess the very short version of that is that the code does not allow them to continue in our land use process until they've completed their process with the court.
So in a sense, you cannot have two applications
You don't
in the
have
air
two
at the
things
same
proceeding
time.
at the same time, unless you grant relief from that and allow that to go forward while they're still in the realm of the courts also.
Does that kind of satisfy your initial inquiry?
Yeah, well, actually, my question was more in terms of how we're going to orchestrate this in terms of time, because again, because we've got attorneys from both sides, and but
Yeah.
it's really just a question of the applicant asking us for the stay. So I just don't want to get into a
Yeah.
long.
It is a
windowed
public hearing,
debate, but it is a
and we
public
will
hearing, I
we will
understand that.
ask everyone to keep their comments relatively brief and go forward. We will have a full process. Okay.
So, right, as you said, it is a public hearing. The hearing has been noticed as required under the code. And the language from the code, I don't know if you want me to read through this, about the language the board may grant relief from. I might as well. So, on request of a party in interest and after notice and a hearing, the board shall grant relief from the stay, such as by terminating, annulling, modifying, or conditioning such stay, A, for cause, including the lack of adequate protection of an interest in property of such party in interest, or a finding that the appeal, litigation, action, or other proceeding will not alter, amend, or void a previous determination or action pursuant to this land use code, as specified in subsection D1, or B, if the board finds that the filing of the appeal, litigation, action, or proceeding that gave rise to the stay is part of a scheme to delay, hinder, or defraud an applicant or other party and that based on the evidence presented to the board, the appeal, litigation, action, or proceeding is frivolous or groundless. So those are the provisions under the code. For the background, the hearing officer approved a determination in August of 2010 with regard to the Celestial Land Company parcel. In the determination, the hearing officer denied the special review and growth management exemption for a TDR receiver site to allow the use of 3 TDRs to develop up to 15,000 square feet, approved the activity envelopes as proposed, and continued the site plan review for further analysis and consideration of a redesign of development and mitigation, as well as other appropriate conditions for development. The application appealed a portion of that determination, the denial of the use of additional TDRs up to 15,000 square feet. Pursuant to Resolution 061-2011, the BOCC denied the appeal and upheld the denial to use the additional TDRs. A separate appeal was filed by the neighbors on a portion of the determination which approved the activity envelope and location of development within the activity envelope. Pursuant to Resolution 062-2011, the BOCC upheld the appeal and remanded the activity envelope to the hearing officer for further consideration. On June 8, 2011, the applicant filed a complaint against the county with the district court seeking relief from the BOCC's denial of the special review and growth management exemption for the additional TDRs to develop up to 15,000 square feet of floor area. That complaint is pending with the court. So that was the action that precipitated the stay. The applicant has presented the arguments regarding the request for relief in the letter that's included in your packet. They've requested that the BOCC lift the stay and allow the applicant to pursue the remanded hearing with the hearing officer, including any appeals that may be filed subsequent to the hearing officer's decision on the remand. Staff has recommended that the stay be extended until the district court has issued a decision. Staff notes that in the complaint, the applicant has requested that the court overturn the denial for the use of TDRs up to 15,000 square feet and direct the county, sorry, I said the county in my memo, that would be the court, would be the more appropriate statement there, court to approve the application as submitted. So in the memo, staff noted some of our concerns, primarily the risk of inconsistent decisions between the county and the court. If the application goes back to the hearing officer, a decision is rendered, the court subsequently rules in favor of the applicant on the TDRs and approves the application as submitted, that is a different application than what has then later been considered by the hearing officer. So we do have two different tracks occurring at the same time, which we feel the intent of this stay provision is to prevent that from happening, to prevent us from having two different things happening. I used, for an example, our land use code doesn't allow you to have two different applications for one property proceeding at the same time, so you can see which one you prefer, you know, which outcome you prefer. It's similar to that. Our concern is that if we're proceeding with the application and the court comes up with a different decision, we have two different applications proceeding. So that was for our comparison. I would note that we've received several letters since the packet went out to you. I'm hoping that everyone has received those. There was a letter from Mark Hamilton with Holland and Hart, and two letters from John Fignani for the applicant. Maybe just I want to confirm that everybody has received those.
I don't believe.
The second letter from Mr. Fignani just came yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, so.
Okay.
We have a duplicate of the one.
Yeah, that one was in our box.
Right.
Okay. And so actually I just wanted to respond to some of the concerns that were raised in the initial letter by Mr. Fignani. So first of all, one of the issues was the procedure that was followed by staff. And the decision whether the filing of the litigation should operate as a stay was made in consultation between the Community Development Director, the Assistant Community Development Director, and the Senior Planner. As the planner assigned to the Celestial case, I conveyed the decision via email to the applicant. The applicant then appealed the decision as provided for in the code. So that's the response to some of the concerns about whether the decision was made by the director or how the decision was made. The applicant also raised questions regarding the applicability of the stay and requested that community development demonstrate that the hearing officer proceedings that Celestial is seeking to continue would actually authorize or otherwise permit construction, site work grading, land improvements, or creation of a vested right pursuant to the code. The applicant asserts that the hearing officer proceedings concern specifically the issue of the location of the activity envelope and will entail development of additional facts to determine whether or not a better alternative location for development exists on Celestial's property, which is consistent with the language in BOCC Resolution 062, 2011, when the BOCC remanded the activity envelope to the hearing officer. Pursuant to Section 2-20-170B1D of the Code, an approved activity envelope is a site-specific development plan, which results in the establishment of a vested property right. Therefore, an approval of an activity envelope by the hearing officer would create a vested right. So that would be our demonstration that this action with the hearing officer would create a vested right. The applicant has suggested that the BOCC could condition the stay and could agree to lift the stay on the condition that the judicial proceedings are stayed pending completion of the hearing officer proceedings. Staff position that it's practically impossible to modify the stay to allow the applicant to proceed with an application to the hearing officer and not potentially generate inconsistent results from the court and the county. Staying the judicial proceedings does not eliminate those judicial proceedings. Applicant has requested that the court, as I already stated, overturn the denial for the use of TDRs and direct the court to approve the application as submitted. If the hearing officer approves an amended activity envelope and then the court finds in the applicant's favor and approves the application as submitted, then there would be inconsistent results. So again, we feel that we've recommended that the stay remain in place, that you not lift the stay, and there's a draft resolution in front of you to that effect.
Thank you, Suzanne. Board member questions for Suzanne? Yeah.
Yes, Suzanne, when you made your opening comments, the first thing you went into was the code section relative to a stay. I didn't hear anything in what you read about this being automatic. Did you address that issue?
You could.
I don't think I heard the word automatic, I should say, so.
Essentially, the code says when litigation is filed in a court, and some of that language I presented, the filing of said appeal, litigation, or other action or proceeding shall operate as a stay applicable to all entities of the acceptance, processing, or issuance of permits and applications. There is a provision that states the community development director shall make the initial decision regarding whether the filing of appeals, litigation, or other actions or proceedings shall operate as a stay pursuant to this section. That was essentially my response to the issues raised by Mr. Fignani about when the litigation was filed, we had our internal discussion by staff and made the determination that the filing of the litigation would act as a stay.
So, I guess one last question here. When was the community development director involved then in that decision to
let me see what the date. I mean, the email. Let's see where that email is.
The reason why I asked this, Suzanne, is simply that we have a code and we, as well as applicants, need to live by it. So I'm just trying to clarify.
So yeah, I think the litigation was filed on, I think it was June 8th, and Stan just said that the email was sent to them by me on June 21st. And this is, the kind of item we discuss at our staff meetings every Monday morning.
Yeah, but how about the director? That's my question. Was the director involved?
Right. The director, the assistant director, and myself were involved in that discussion.
That's for
as
the record.
staff.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. So, and thank you, Jack, the term automatic was not the appropriate term for me to use. Other board questions? Okay, There being none, we'll turn it to the applicants here, and just identify yourself for the records, and we'll go forward.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Stan Clausen, Stan Clausen Associates, representing Celestial Land Company in this matter. With me is John Fogliani. I'll speak first, and generally from a perspective of a planner and a layperson, not specifically versed in the law. When the appeal came before you, you rendered a split decision. You denied one aspect of what was before you, and that was the TDRs, and you remanded the other aspect to the hearing officer. We left the room needing to protect our rights relative to the denial that was issued, because there are some very specific constraints as to how a denial from the Board of County Commissioners can be appealed, and we needed to follow those in order to protect our rights. We also believed that we would be following the course of action that had been dictated by the Board of County Commissioners, namely returning to the hearing officer and presenting new material, more material, and trying to work out a solution to the problem. And we began work in that vein. So it was somewhat surprising when a rather informal email came from Suzanne, and I'll just read the determination that Suzanne made relative to the stay. Hi, Stan and Patrick. It is our position that the state provisions of Section 22010B of the Code are applicable and would prevent the processing of the application to the hearing officer. Now, this seemed to us to be in contravention to the decision of the Board of County Commissioners to remand this matter to the hearing officer and have the hearing officer take a second, better look at the problem. And for that reason, we have, under the Code, come before you asking for relief from the stay. Now, it was essentially the split decision that has put us in a very difficult position, and actually has put the county in a position where we can't try to get resolution of this matter. And as a planner, it's very definitely my desire to try to do that. At the appeals hearing, Commissioner Owsley suggested, why can't the neighbors get together? Why can't you get together with the neighbors and try to effect some resolution that would allow the neighbors to become part of the solution? And we actually did that. Elena Smith and I met with the attorney for James Bulkley after working to set up a meeting. I wish I could say it was more fruitful than it was. Nothing has come of it. But what we tried to do was to present a concept for a more global neighborhood solution, and to work out some of the issues that were presented by the neighbors. Having met with us once, Mr. Bulkley refused subsequent meetings, and we haven't been able to move forward in that regard. We believe that a global solution should be brought before the hearing officer and have its day in court, as it were, at the hearing officer level. We think, and of course this is an opinion, that the last hearing, the appeals hearing, some provided some terribly misleading evidence to the Board of County Commissioners. And our only opportunity to remedy that is to go back before the hearing officer. Moreover, we've worked with the architects in modifying our application so that we think that we have an approach that is even more palatable than the one that was previously approved by the hearing officer. So, there's tremendous value in moving forward here. And from the standpoint of having two applications, this confusion that Suzanne refers to, I don't think there's necessarily any confusion at all. We would be prepared to, and now here we're going to have to use the word stay twice, we would be prepared to stay the judicial proceeding, to hold in abeyance the judicial proceeding while the hearing officer process is underway, in order to allow us to try to come to some resolution. And I would point out that although this is involving the city of Aspen, which is a different jurisdiction and a different land use code, there was something that recently had a substantial amount of publicity, and that was the issue of whether or not the buildings in the commercial core should be able to be torn down or should be required to be saved. And in that particular instance, even though there was an appeal of the decision that prevented them from being torn down, the city attorney agreed to hold that, to allow a resolution to move forward, even though that appeal was pending, based on the notion that the appeal would be stayed pending some resolution. It just seems to me to be good practice to try to resolve something rather than force it into the courts. And I do have the work that was done between that applicant and the city attorney for your review, if you're interested, or for Attorney Ely's review. It seems to me that there is great value in moving forward, and as Suzanne correctly notes, that burden of proof shall be on the party or parties opposing termination or modification of the stay. That party is the county, in effect. And we believe that if we can get before the hearing officer with a modified proposal and a stay of our appeal to the courts, that there is a strong possibility of resolution that would be beneficial to all. So that's my perspective from a lay perspective, and with that I'd like to turn it over to John Friani to add comments that he might.
Let me ask just one question on your language on your last statement, Stan. You said, and with a stay of an appeal at the court. Do you mean a withdrawal of the case, or just leaving it still hanging out there?
I'll ask Attorney Friani to elaborate on that.
I think where we see
Oh,
it,
wait a second, please.
I have another question from one of your statements, Dan, is that you said that this would then provide, your argument would then provide an opportunity to go back to the hearing officer to revisit this. But from my understanding, that's exactly what our resolution said, is that we wanted you to go back to the hearing officer, and we remanded you to that. So I don't understand the differences in terms of, you've got that opportunity to do now. You had that opportunity before you filed suit, and you've chosen not to take that avenue, so I'm a little confused.
No, to respond to that particular aspect, we were perfectly ready to go back to the hearing officer, as you had instructed us to do. And we actually had begun to develop modifications of our application that we believed would be, and additional information, technical information on mitigation that would be useful to the hearing officer's hearing. But that was the point at which county staff said, no, you can't go to the hearing officer because you have appealed the decision with respect to the TDRs. So, yes, we would like to fulfill the Board of County Commissioners' instructions to return to the hearing officer.
I'm still a little confused, maybe our attorney can voice in, because our resolution, in terms of remand back to the hearing officer, spoke specifically to the site, to look at if there were any options for alternative sites. It really did not address, have the hearing officer review or revisit the denial of the TDRs.
Yeah, I think it's, the action of going to court was to preserve, potentially through an overturn of our decision, the ability to land further TDRs on the site. And so even as you're trying to work through a new application, you're working through a new application that would be larger than the home allowed without TDRs. And so that's why they're going to court, to preserve an ability to overturn our discretionary action about where TDRs can land. And John, you
The
want
lawsuit actually is broader than just the TDRs, it's the board's action.
the board action as a whole?
I take exception to that. The complaint, and I would encourage you to take a look at the complaint. The complaint only asks for relief with respect to the TDRs. Now, if I can answer the legal question.
One second, and I appreciate your clarification. George, do you want to restate your question one more time, and then we'll have you identify yourself, or you feel you've received the answer?
I'm not sure I've received the answer totally, because again, my understanding was our resolution provided you the opportunity to remand the options for a different site to the hearing officer. It upheld the denial of the TDRs. Your suit that you're filing, or the staff memo that you received back, said that you can't do that because you've got the TDR issue involved in that same argument. And so I'm just trying to separate those out. You've got the opportunity to go back to the hearing officer for revisit a site. And so I'm not sure why you still can't do that, or couldn't have done that.
Could have,
Could have.
until the lawsuit was filed.
Okay.
May I respond? Madam Chair?
Yeah, please, and identify yourself for the record.
Yep. My name is John Fagnani. I represent Celestial Land Company for the record. We find ourselves in a very odd and difficult legal position. And if you go back and look at what happened factually, I was not at the May 9th hearing, unfortunately, but at the May 9th hearing, the board took two actions which are really separate and distinct under the same application. One action was to deny the use of our TDRs under 061-2011. Unfortunately, we have no alternative, since that's final agency action, if we disagree with it, but to appeal to the court to address that action. We have 30 days within which to do that. We had to take advantage of that opportunity, or we would lose the opportunity to challenge the decision of the board on the TDRs. The board took a second action, which was separate and distinct from the first, which dealt with the issue of going back to the hearing officer with a mandate for the hearing officer to consider if there were alternatives available that weren't previously considered. And I think the board even discussed the fact that you weren't mandating necessarily that he come up with a new alternative, but to go back and consider them. As Stan said, we've taken to heart your mandate, and we have put additional time and effort into going back to try to not only look at alternatives to the site and the location issue, but also to the design issue. And we've also secondarily looked at an opportunity to try to identify a comprehensive neighborhood plan or solution that would work for everybody. So we have spent the time and effort and the resources to do that. But we were in the odd position of having to pursue the court action at the same time that we wanted to proceed with the mandate to present to the hearing officer additional information as you had requested in your second resolution. Now, because those two resolutions are separate and distinct, we believe that we can actually pursue the court action while at the same time presenting to the hearing officer. And we don't believe there's any basis for anybody, really, whether it's the county or other participants in this matter, to reasonably object to the lifting of the stay. We think that's in everyone's benefit for us to go back and make a presentation to the hearing officer with everyone involved with respect to whether or not there are other alternatives than those that were previously identified. But we believe under the county code that this board has the discretion and the flexibility, should it choose to exercise it, to enable us to stay the litigation so that there's no risk of an inconsistent decision, even assuming there was one before, and I don't believe there was one. There's no risk of a parallel proceeding if the litigation is stayed. We stay the litigation and then we move forward to present to the hearing officer the alternatives that you asked us to pull together. Now, I firmly believe that it certainly is appropriate to proceed with the court litigation, get a resolution on the TDRs while we still address the issue of the building envelope with the hearing officer. I don't see them as joined at the hip necessarily, even though they're both actions under one application. But nevertheless, I still suggest that if the board wanted to, there is language in the code that enables you to terminate, to annul, to modify, or to somehow condition the lifting of the stay. And that is certainly appropriate and within your discretion. And as you know from the letters that we submitted, both in response to the county and in response to Mr. Hamilton's letter, we don't believe that the stay is automatic, as the county has suggested, number one. We don't believe the county met the requirements of its own code, number two. The language that's cited in the code in our letter, and I think Ms. Wolf went through it earlier, states specifically that there has to be a determination by the community development director. That determination under the same section of the code is appealable by us. How do we appeal that determination if there's nothing that's been ever formally written except an email message that said we've already made a decision that the stay is in place? It is certainly not automatic under the code. A determination has to be made by the community development director. We don't see any evidence in the file of any formal determination made. There's no minutes to suggest that there was ever any meeting. How would we ever appeal that determination to this board? So we don't think that the board has actually met its requirements under the code, and we believe as a result any stay is void ab initio from its outset, that there really isn't any stay that's in place. But let's assume for purposes of argument that there is a stay in place. We still believe the appropriate action for the board is to allow us to go forward to meet your mandate, present additional information and testimony to the hearing officer for everyone's benefit, because everyone can participate in that process. And then if necessary, if you feel it's appropriate, stay the litigation. And again, I submit to you that there is absolutely no basis to assert if that litigation is stayed, because there's no determination that's going to be made in the court case. There cannot be, by definition, an inconsistent decision between the court and the county. There cannot be any parallel proceedings because that proceeding is stopped. Then once we get a determination from the hearing officer, if it should have to be appealed back to this board, I think it makes a lot more sense from the standpoint of judicial economy, from the economy of our resources and the county resources, that we challenge all of the issues in one piece of litigation to district court in Pitkin County. That makes a lot more sense than what's been advocated. Now, I can't imagine anybody disagreeing to lift the stay because I think it's in everyone's best interest to go forward and make a presentation to the hearing officer. And that's what we're respectfully requesting that the board do today on behalf of Celestial.
Thank you. Are there additional board questions for John or Stan? Jack?
Certainly, as everyone prepared for this, and then we just recently got the 15th memo, and I've digested that. And what I'm sensing here is that there appears to be either an inconsistency or a lack of clarity in the code. Because as I think we all were here at that hearing in May, there were two separate decisions made. One relative to TDRs and one relative to site plan, going back to the hearing officer. And I don't know if the code splits hairs here or whatever, or stays just have to be blanket. Because it appears the stay is a blanket stay about any action, but the stay is in contradiction, what I think, to what we said in our resolution, because we directed the applicant to go back to the hearing officer. I don't think Pitkin County, I would feel fairly confident that we would not be in a position to buy this property. So there is going to be a land use process, and ultimately, if the code is met and the parties, fulfill their requirements, there probably would end up being some form of development. The board made a decision about TDRs, and fine, but it seems rather exceptional if we do not, if we have a blanket stay, that negates the applicant's ability to challenge something that certainly the majority of the board weighed in on, and I have no problem with the no TDRs. I mean, that was a decision. But how do we allow the applicant both the ability to preserve his legal rights, which I think is pretty important, as well as follow our direction to go to a hearing officer? So I feel, and certainly there's more discussion, and I want to hear from my board as well as the applicant and the public, but I feel that this, if the code is imprecise and requires a blanket stay, then our choice is likely a modification of that stay that would allow the applicant to go to the hearing officer, because I think that's what we wanted, you know, and, well, preserving the legal rights, fine. I feel we confidently did the proper thing, meeting majority of a board decision about the TDRs, and that's appealable, and so let them go to court, you know, fine. You know, I think we followed the process, we dealt with the appeal in an objective way, so that's a separate issue. But to me, and where I mostly landed that day, was I'd like to see if there is a possibility of a better site plan. And that doesn't appear to be something that occur if we have a blanket stay.
Thank you for those comments. We're going to go down the line and take initial comments, and then we're going to go to public hearing of comments on this. If you would have any further rebuttal or comments afterwards, that'd be fine, and then we're going to come back for a decision. Okay? I did see George's hands before Michael. So George,
Just a question. I'm just curious, and maybe John, you can help answer this. If we had not made that recommendation to remand the site options back to the hearing officer, we said, this is a site that's been approved, you want to stay with this site, we've denied the TDRs, would we still be in the same sort of process, or where would we be?
I can't prognosticate what the applicant or the plaintiff would want from the county in that event. In fact, I don't even know what the tenor of the application in front of the hearing officer might be, or the discussion might be in front of the hearing officer. All I know is that we have an opportunity through litigation to overturn the county's decision, which throws up for grabs what might happen to the county's action. We have a request to come in front of the hearing officer, which would possibly generate another approval. If the two actions generate something that is not the same, there will be an inconsistent result, and therefore there will be a uncertainty as to how the property is going to be developed. That is why the provision is in the code. The board didn't take its action to say, go back to the hearing officer on remand and discuss this, even though there might be a lawsuit. The board said, go back to the hearing officer before there was ever a discussion of a lawsuit. The lawsuit changed the complexion of where we are.
Madam Chairwoman?
No, we're going to
sorry.
continue our discussions here, and we'll get back to you towards the end. Michael?
I'd like to request the board to ask our attorney to go into executive session for purposes of advice from our attorney.
Okay, would you like to do that now, or have a few more questions
Yeah, I'd
first?
like to do it now.
I'll
Okay.
second that. It's just respect for request.
Well, that would be a motion from the board on an affirmative vote to go into executive session to discuss this particular application with legal counsel pursuant to CRS 246402-4B.
I'd like to take just a second before requesting that motion, but I would like to honor that, and I'd like to do that. I guess one of the things I see, which is different, Jack, than the way you're looking at this, again, for our dialogue, for the public's consumption of that train of thought, is that I saw the two resolutions as working together conjunctively. I didn't think that either one stood on its own. And during the appeal that came to us, we were asked to decide two matters related to the application. That's why we had two resolutions. And so I saw them as working together conjunctively. And as has been put forward by the applicants today, they took that mandate to heart, but they only took one of the mandates of the board to heart and are appealing the other mandate. And so that's where I see a little difference between what you're saying. And I'm very concerned that there is a sequential way in which to deal with these matters by waiting for the court decision. Can they use the TDRs? Was it not really a discretional action of the board as to allow them or not allow them? It's a sequential track as opposed to a dual track. And they're asking for a dual track. And to my mind, that creates a situation where there is potentially undue pressure on the hearing officer to say, well, if you make a new decision here, we can get rid of this court case and save time. But if you don't decide this way, the court case goes forward. And so I think that leaves a sword hanging over the head of the hearing officer and creates undue pressure. And I also think that it's a fairness question to the neighbors of which application or which project are they putting their resources into understanding, researching, going to public hearings, paying for their lawyers and their representations of two different applications going at the same time. So I did just want to get that out on the table on the floor before we go into executive, that I saw the two resolutions working together conjunctively toward an end that the board had reached.
Unfortunately, we're at a disadvantage right now because we do not have those resolutions before us or in our packet, but I do not remember either of them linking, referring back and forth. So my opinion is you're speculating as to what you're appropriate, in your own
Yeah, I'm not speculating.
analysis.
I'm saying how I view it. But
Yeah, so you view it that way, but there's no link in the language. So, and I'd love to see those resos if that was what it takes.
Okay, do we have any further comments and open discussion or questions before we have a motion for executive?
In going back to, obviously this is a strategic puzzle with these two resolutions. And, one of my thought processes when this was going forward was that if you remanded back to the hearing officer the review of the building envelope for that piece of property, and you made a decision on the TDRs based on the site-specific application, that if the building envelope moves, it kind of changes your thought process on the TDRs. That's why I didn't vote to deny the appeal of the TDRs, because I felt if it was going back for the building envelope, you had to relook at the TDR issue because the TDRs are specific to where the building's going to be. In my opinion, the decision was made that the TDRs aren't appropriate there because my opinion was the decision was made the TDRs weren't appropriate in that building site because of the alluvium flan. And if you move the building site, potentially the TDRs are appropriate. But we decided to do one and didn't decide to do another. That's the decision the board made. What I would like, and part of this is you said that these are dual tracks, but one of the things that the applicant has put on the table is, and I don't know what the process is from a legal standpoint, is the applicant has put on the table doing a stay on the court process while this other process, while the process is happening for the building envelope one. My concern is that if they're working with the hearing officer in determining the proper building envelope for this parcel of land, are they going to be addressing the TDRs at the same time, and how do they, because we've made a decision on that. Until the courts overturn that decision, we've made a decision as a board that the TDRs aren't appropriate. The TDRs were denied. But I don't see going back just to discuss the building envelope without them pushing the TDR issue in that venue. But I would like to get some advice from legal and executive session regarding,
Sure.
how to proceed and all this, but those are just some of my general
And let me ask our
thoughts.
attorney, on a procedural basis, John, for going into an executive session of this nature, is it appropriate to do that before public comment, or would it be more appropriate to hear public comment and then go into executive session?
The board can do it whenever, can make, a member of the board can make that motion, the board can entertain it at any time it wants.
Okay.
Whether or not you want to go into executive session now or wait till all the comments are in, it's up to the board.
Sure. So we have, I think, a consensus, we'll go into executive session for advice of our attorney. Michael, you made the original request. Let me ask you, would you rather hear additional public comment to shape the dialogue first, or would you rather go into executive session first?
I'd rather go now.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
That is consistent with my earlier statement.
Okay, in terms of the citation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We will do as quick as possible. I think we had most of our questions answered. We had reached the point in the meeting where we were going to go to public comment. Let me ask, in terms of time management, how many people were planning on speaking to this matter? Raise your hands. Okay, I see 2 at this time. Well, we are just going to ask that you try to keep your comments relatively brief and not be too duplicative, but feel free, we are here to hear the concerns. So who would like to go first? Sir, just identify yourself for the record.
Sir, okay.
Yeah, please.
Commissioners, I'm Mark Hamilton from Holland & Hart. As was mentioned earlier, there was a letter in your packet. I represent the Bulkleys, as you know. Jim Bulkley has been having a hard time health-wise. He's not able to be here today, but his son, Jim Flint, is here with me. He's in town to take care of his dad and has become familiar with the situation. The letter that I sent in your packet is, I was authorized by the various neighbors listed in that letter to indicate that they supported what's in that letter and that I believe they also support what I'm about to say. First of all, the neighbors, we strongly support Suzanne Wolf's recommendation, her articulation of the basis for that, and the draft resolution. We also concur with the county attorney's advice that we heard in public session concerning these various code requirements. Contrary to the argument by the applicant, we believe that these issues, being the issues of the TDR and the site review process, are intertwined. We think that's true factually, and we think it's true legally. And it would be a highly artificial distinction to try to separate them, and that the stay of the court case pending continued application on a smaller home size when the larger home size could come back into the picture at a later date doesn't make any sense. This is the same site. It's the same original application. Your code was amended in 2009 to clearly provide that TDRs are to be considered during the site review process and not separately. Section 6-70-20, subsection B2 says, use of TDRs for additional floor area to increase house size shall be reviewed through the site plan process. And the site plan process is, in fact, what the hearing officer would be embarking on if the stay were lifted and this case proceeds. The complaint that was filed in the court, in my estimation, is broader than, as the county attorney mentioned, than simply a challenge to the TDR issue. Among other things, paragraph 28A of the complaint against the county, which was filed on June 8th, says, by failing to comply with section 720-50D of the code allowing development within an alluvial fan, blah, blah, blah. It goes on with each of the issues concerning the safety of the site and the alluvial fan issue, not the TDR. And then it goes on to request in that same claim that the court issue an order finding that the defendant's decision denying the celestial application is warranted and just under the circumstances of this case, and that it should be set aside. So I do believe that legally, because of this code provision, because of this complaint, that there is great risk that the issues are going to merge, and that to keep them separate would be virtually impossible. The issue as to the applicability of the stay, there was some debate about that, and I would just come back to the words alteration, amendment, or voiding, which are the real triggers for the stay. If there's a risk that the court case could have the effect of altering, amending, or voiding the county action, then the stay is applicable. And in this instance, what we'd be talking about is an 8,250 square foot house proceeding through a site plan process, only later to be replaced potentially if the court case were successful with a 15,000 square foot house. Anyway. I want to be very brief about this, but I'm compelled to mention, the settlement references with respect to the Bulkleys and what's going on from our perspective. First of all, I just want to be clear that the email chain that was provided to you is not complete. There was some substantive response given to Celestial's team. I don't want to belabor that point right now, but I have a copy of that if the commissioners or the county attorney would be so inclined. Essentially, the Bulkleys were concerned about, if it's a neighborhood solution, that all the neighbors be consulted, and not all the neighbors have been consulted. And the argument alleged by the applicant is that the reason the Bulkleys were consulted was that an easement would be needed from them, and they wanted to deal with that first. It's my understanding that a neighborhood solution, quote unquote, would also require easements from other neighbors, and so the Bulkleys felt that the entire neighborhood ought to be involved in the process, but that's really not what's before the court right here, or before the county. Coming back to staff's position, we believe it's correct. We believe that it would put the hearing officer in an untenable position to be wrestling the issues of an 8,200 square foot house in the context of a site plan that would later be replaced with a 15,000 square foot house potentially. I think an analogy is to you're building a foundation, you've got one brick, which is the size of the house, and if you pull that out and you're going to insert it again later, if the size or shape of that brick changes, the whole wall that you're working on doesn't function anymore. This needs to be considered together. Ultimately, the lawsuit, in our view, is challenging a highly discretionary decision by this county to deny a TDR transfer. And in choosing to exercise their right, undeniably it's a right to take it to court and to challenge that, but in electing to challenge that discretionary decision, the county and the neighbors don't have to continue on with a duplicative process while that lawsuit runs its course. So we would respectfully reiterate our support for staff and the county attorney's positions and hope that the county will keep the stay in place for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Glenn Horn?
Glenn Horn, and I represent the neighbors. And I just wanted to say that Mark referenced the code amendment that took place in 2009, which linked the TDR receiver process with site plan review, as opposed to informally you could approve TDRs in association with an activity envelope review. The board, the staff, and I think the community realized in 2009 that it was good to look at the two decisions in an intertwined basis because they're interrelated. So based upon that, after 2009, you couldn't get TDR approvals as a receiver site without going through a site plan review. The old process was similar to the old code, where you would just go through a 1041 review, and as part of that process, you could be granted approval as a TDR receiver site. And I think the community recognized that it was best to consider these things all together, so you didn't get a site plan that was inappropriate. And one of the risks that you run now with this process would be if you were to go back and get the site plan approved for the 8250 house that's before that's approved on that site right now. And then if you had this court decision come through and approve a larger house, you'd probably be back in the site plan review process again, considering the larger house on this site in that activity envelope. So I think for these reasons, it would be best to just continue with the stay.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Anyone? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment period, and Stan and John, if you would like to offer a few minutes of response or closing comments, please do, and then we'll bring it to the board for decision.
I was hoping that I could answer some of the questions that have been raised by the board, so thank you for that opportunity, and I know Stan probably has a few things he'd like to say as well. Unfortunately, again, we're in a situation that we're in, not of our own choosing. We would frankly much prefer to go to the hearing officer with both issues, and we think that makes sense following up on Mr. Ittner's comment. We think it makes good sense, it's logical to present both issues to the hearing officer with everybody participating, whether we can come up with alternative sites and designs, all to be heard by the hearing officer in conjunction with the TDR issue. Unfortunately, the way the board issued its resolutions left us in a position where we had no alternative but to preserve our legal rights, and so we filed the court case. And as I said before, there can be no possibility of an inconsistent decision here between the court and the county, despite what Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Horn have said. They actually have kind of made our case for us, our point, because if you stay the litigation, the court has no authority to proceed with the determination without our participation. Staying the litigation simply requires the joint effort of the county attorney acting on behalf of the board with Celestial acting through its counsel, issuing a joint stipulation to stay the litigation, and that's all that's really necessary. I assure you, I don't believe a court is going to quibble with that. I think a court would be perfectly happy to stay the litigation under these circumstances rather than look down the road at 2 or 3 different pieces of litigation as we handle all of these issues piecemeal. Madam Chairwoman, you said too that you thought you were proceeding down the same track with 2 different resolutions, and that we were asking to proceed down a dual track. We are not asking for that. Unfortunately, we're in the position that we're in because we had to pursue our legal rights with regard to one issue, and then we were going to pursue the remand with regard to the other. So I think it actually would be appropriate if the board would consider this, and I believe it is possible to do it, although I admit it's a little unorthodox. I believe you could rescind the resolution that constitutes final agency action by this commission with regard to the TDRs, issue a new resolution that simply mandates that that TDR issue go back to the hearing officer in conjunction with the building envelope issue, and then he can address all issues at one time. We'd be perfectly happy if that were to occur. We would withdraw from the litigation with county's consent. I think at this point in the litigation we would need the consent of the other party. But certainly that seems to me to be a possible course of action. And then that leaves us in the position we were hoping to be in, which is with all the additional work we've done, we can present additional information on both site/location and design, as well as what we've been working on in terms of a comprehensive neighborhood solution, having taken to heart your suggestion, I believe it was Mr. Owsley, to try to come up with something that would work for everybody. We'd be delighted if that was the outcome of this. Again, I suggest that there can be really no logical reason for not allowing the stay to be lifted, because everybody can participate in the process going forward. There's not going to be an inconsistent decision with the TDRs, particularly if there's a stay of the litigation. We unfortunately are in the position where we are because we had to pursue our legal rights or lose them. But we're certainly willing to and perfectly happy to have the board consider conditions to the lifting of the stay, but we respectfully request that the stay, in fact, be lifted.
Thank you.
Well, just to add, in response to Mr. Hamilton's allegation that this record is incomplete, I believe that there is the email that Mr. Bulkley wanted to see a neighborhood solution, and I think that's in the record that we provided. So I prepared that, and I have to say that, barring any inadvertency, we were very careful to provide a complete record. And the point of that complete record is this, that we have worked very hard to try to do something with the neighbors. We have not been terribly successful on this. The applicant would like to build a house on this property. He has a right to build a house on this property. He is in an alluvial fan. The code provides for things in alluvial fans. And we believe that we have met those code provisions. But we have had a terrible and expensive process. It's probably the longest, most protracted and expensive process for a single-family home that I have ever seen. And I would hope that this board would try to effect some resolution to this matter. The original design was an AIA award-winning house and met all the criteria from the standpoint of protection in an alluvial fan. And every other neighbor is in that same alluvial fan and subject to the same issues, not created by this particular applicant. So while those are extraneous issues to some extent, on the other hand, they're basic. We'd like to be able to move forward to the hearing officer, get some resolution to this matter, not have these misleading issues that seem to come from all sides about the technical aspects of the case. And I think that our hearing officer can sort through that and would be the best venue to take this next. So I hope that the board will allow this to go to the hearing officer, and hopefully we'll get some resolution and be able to move forward in a way that makes sense for this property.
Thank you. We will now bring it back to the board. Further comments or further questions, certainly, but if you have comments and direction you'd like to offer, that would be welcomed as well. Michael?
Yeah, it's I don't know what has cursed this application, but something has, and it has been complex and protracted. But the county land use code is not designed to be complex and protracted. It's designed to ensure public safety and ensure standards that the community wants. And so I'm comfortable with that code, and I'm comfortable with the community director's decision to, in effect, have a stay, because that stay guarantees that the matter will be considered by one person rather than two people. You've chosen the court direction to go, and it wasn't forced on you. I understand you feel that in order to preserve your rights, there was some degree of force used there, but in essence, it's a choice. And so I can't see that lifting that stay would serve the purposes of the county and serve the purposes of clarity in this matter. I'm sorry that it's continuing in a fog, but in effect, those were your choices, not the county's choices. So I'm comfortable with not lifting that stay, for enforcing that stay.
George?
I have a question. You have to go back in time again. The original approval, was the original approval for the particular site for 8250? That was what was originally approved?
Right, before this application was submitted, there were two prior approvals under the previous code that approved an envelope and the use of 2 TDRs to establish the development right and allow up to 8250. So there were 2 prior approvals basically for essentially that same approval, and then the vested rights for those expired.
And then was there any objection by any neighbors at that point for that site, for that size home?
I can answer that.
I was going to say, I don't remember. I mean, definitely concerns were raised about the debris flow issue at the time, but I don't remember specifically if there was, how much
Because
the neighbors were involved at that point.
what I recall at our hearing last spring was the issue with the neighbors was not only a site, but because we know the site's a problem regardless of what you build, but the size of the home, the 50,000 square feet. So my question goes back to, was 8250, was that an issue or not with any of the neighbors?
I was going to say, I don't know that I can answer that.
Yeah, I have the record on that, and the answer was that in the two prior approvals, prior to this current one, there was no particular issue. There certainly was material that was supplied relative to the alluvial fan, but there was no significant issue raised. This past approval by the hearing officer reaffirmed the previous decisions with a design and a slightly different code, and indeed there was opposition at this third.
So your client would have the opportunity to utilize the building site that was approved by ComDev and to build a home up to 8250. You would have that, right?
They are allowed to build up to the 8250. We've agreed that the prior approval for the TDRs for the 8250 is intact.
So that's
The issue of the envelope, and then obviously the site plan review, the siting within that envelope, was at issue during the review process.
So I guess the point I'm trying to make or understand is that the applicant would have, if we sort of go back in time or even today, they would have the opportunity to build on that site for 8250.
No, sir. And because of the appeal that took place and the decision of the Board of County Commissioners at the appeal hearing, that decision of the hearing officer was remanded back to the hearing officer. So at the present time, the applicant does not have a right to pursue the originally approved building envelope or any of the other approvals that were granted by the hearing officer.
So, okay, that's fine. So your comments...
Glenn, we're not going to take any.
I forgot your name, I'm sorry, but your comment was, one of your options was for the board to look at rescinding the original resolution and changing it. My question is, why don't we consider rescinding the resolution and going back to the original land application with that site approval, with a home to be allowed to build at 8250 and be done?
To be clear, I was asking for, and I think this is what you're saying as well, that you might want to rescind your May 9 resolution dealing with the TDRs, so that we don't have to challenge it in court, and then we can deal with that in the context of the hearing officer. And then what you're saying beyond that...
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm offering a different solution. I'm saying your client wants to build, and you're looking at it as an idea for us to rescind our resolution, and I'm suggesting, well, I'll throw it up to the board, if that's an option, to rescind our resolution, allow you to build up to 8250 on the original site, and then you could withdraw your lawsuit.
John?
I'm not clear where the conversation's going. I think we might be talking about different approvals. I think, George, you're talking about an approval that has expired. Vested rights have expired. That ship has sailed just by the passage of time, and now we're operating under the current land use code. And that is what precipitated the application that was the subject of the appeal.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
So then the other option would be for them to basically go through a land use application again for the same site for a home up to 8250 or 5750.
Once we're no longer in litigation.
Right, except for the fact that I think there was I think Suzanne is referencing a staff determination that although the activity envelope, so to speak, and the earlier approval has expired, vested rights associated with it, that the award of TDRs, the ability to use TDRs, let's say to go to 8250 has not.
Does
Right?
not last.
Does not.
They would
So the size, at least to that level, is something that's fixed.
the location of the development is not.
Correct.
Actually, that's not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think we're kind of straying off
All
the
right,
question
that's
at
fine.
hand today.
I just, yeah.
May I ask a question that might help to resolve this? And that is just one
Really
question.
appreciate it.
And that is this: if we were to dismiss the litigation with regard to the TDRs, would this board allow us to represent the TDR issue to the hearing officer in conjunction with the building envelope, which of course would make more sense than the way this is being directed currently?
Well, let's take that as a suggestion rather than, I'm not going to poll the board on that. Everyone's going to kind of put out their feelings on the application as a whole. Rob?
If the applicant, and God, it's like if this, then that, if this, then that. If the applicant were to dismiss the litigation and pull this building permit altogether, the applicant could technically submit another building permit that would determine a building envelope as well as potential rights for additional TDRs pursuant to a whole new application.
Correct. Not a building permit, but a development.
A development permit. So they could potentially go through this whole process again,
Correct.
ask for 15,000 square feet, have a new building envelope determined, as it would be a different process than the remanding of this existing application. It would be a new application. And we'd basically be back to square zero, but the building envelope may be the same building envelope that was previously approved. It may be a new building envelope. Can the application be the same, pretty much the same application?
Well, I wouldn't anticipate the same application
Yeah.
because that would theoretically precipitate the same result. But the answer to your question that you posed is all in the affirmative, which I think is the same thing that Mr. Flannery just asked or was speculating to.
But it wouldn't be in
Yes.
our control, it would be their control. They're pulling the application,
They can put whatever
resubmitting the same
application
application,
in
and
that
having
they-
the TDRs judged at the same time as the building envelope.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if it's an undue burden or cost to the applicant to do that, but technically, they would achieve the same thing as they're asking for by resubmitting a whole new application. Maybe the timeline is different, I don't know.
Well, they may or may not achieve. the
Yeah,
same
well,
thing
yeah,
they're
sure,
asking
the
for.
results may be the same in the end anyway.
Yeah. But that is a
I'm just
different
curious,
course.
again, trying to figure out different courses here.
Yeah, certainly.
But it would take us out of the decision-making process, and it would be the applicant both
Yeah.
looking at the TDRs and the building envelope through a hearing officer.
If there was a withdrawal of the lawsuit, the applicants would be wide open to submit whatever building plans they'd like to the ComDev for review. The same issues may occur, a lot of the same analysis would occur, but that's always been an open path for that. We don't have to do anything, and that it's a little bit unrelated to our question before us today of upholding the stay or not. Jack?
Yeah, and thanks for mentioning that because I think we have gotten off track. Several things. One, and of course we have letters, back and forth with the attorneys, et cetera, and that's normal in this situation. For me, in 14 years being on the county P&Z and as a commissioner, I don't know if there's been another site so tough to deal with because I think one of my comments in the original appeal was I question whether this site's really developable other than the property rights part of a development application. And quite frankly, it's appropriate. Unfortunately, there's not much value for a constrained site TDR, but I'm not going to get off on that either. For me, a couple things. I believe staff absolutely followed protocol within the code. Hearing their response to my question initially, it's clear that they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. It's the way we do things. That our staff has stated for the record that the ComDev director, the assistant director, and the planner have weighed in on this. I'm absolutely comfortable and supportive of staff's determination. as far as their ability to make that decision and put a stay in place. A question for the applicant relative to the lawsuit. Now, I have to admit, as a commissioner, when we are sued, I don't go run to the attorney's office and read the lawsuit. So I'd like some feedback from either of the representatives as to what the content of that lawsuit is. I had inferred that it was very specific and only related to the TDRs. So my question is there other language within the content of the lawsuit that leaves the door open for the judicial system to expand the content of the lawsuit beyond just the TDR issue?
The relief we're asking for is specifically related to the TDRs. In point of fact, we can't appeal something more broadly than you have in your resolution. Your resolution is really what cabins the appeal for us, and your resolution deals specifically with TDRs. We have no ability, even if there's general language in the complaint about the application process, to appeal something more broadly than what you have in your resolution. So our appeal relates to the TDRs. That's what the relief is that we're asking for, is the ability to utilize those TDRs.
Okay, and John, Ely, you reviewed the lawsuit. Would you give us a brief or a basic bit of feedback as to the content of that lawsuit? Is it very specific to?
The thrust of the lawsuit is a challenge on the denial of the use of TDRs.
And is there any leeway within the language of that to have other issues relative, for example, to site planning come into play during that review by the judge?
I cannot guarantee what a judge will do or not do.
No, I'm not asking that. On your reading, is there a door open that other issues might come into play?
The TDRs, the denial of TDRs by necessity implicates a citing question for the application.
And would that be due to the fact that our code requires, when TDR receiver sites are involved, requires both site planning and TDR analysis at the same time?
That's certainly one aspect.
So the door could be open relative. I mean, this is, we're all trying to weave, and this is a tough one, as many of these are, but I'm trying to get to a basic bottom line.
I think I can answer the question, Mr. Commissioner, by virtue of our complaint.
That's up
Jack,
to
would
the
you
chairman.
like to hear, it was your question.
Yeah, okay, if it's not a long dissertation.
No, it's not. This is the very first substantive paragraph of the complaint. Celestial seeks relief from the Board's May 9, 2011 decision denying Celestial's application for special review and a growth management quota system exemption to use additional transferable development rights, TDRs, to construct a single-family residence of up to 15,000 square feet of floor area plus accessory structures. And it goes on, I won't take more time, but it goes on to just say that on a 35-acre parcel owned by Celestial. And again, I reiterate, we can't seek greater relief on something, and a court is not going to grant us greater relief or run afoul of what the mandate is from the board. Courts don't typically issue opinions on issues, and they don't decide issues that aren't before them. And the issue that's before the court is discreetly the transferable development rights.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. Is anyone else prepared to weigh in now or offer a motion that we can then use for discussion? George?
Yeah, I mean, I had offered that idea that Rob picked up on, just in terms of trying to simplify it and allow the applicant the ability to build on his land. But that's neither here nor there, as has been spoken. But I still believe that the TDR issue and the site review issue are intertwined. And I think that's a discussion that would happen in part of the process of that litigation at some point. So I do believe that this is a dual track, that it is not really appropriate to follow that dual track until we get a court decision on the TDRs and then move from there to the site options. So I'm going to support the staff's recommendations and our county attorney's recommendation to hold the stay in place.
Is that a motion?
And I'll make a motion to that effect.
Second.
Okay. Further board discussion, comments? Robert?
I'm along the same lines. I have a hard time separating. This is one application, one site, and I think, in an ideal world, the way I saw it, and the board saw it differently, it should have been connected back when we made our decisions for the two appeals. But in terms of the stay and the litigation is pursuant to this application and this site, and it's one site and one application, and the reason for the stay is not to have those dual processes. So I'm going to be in favor of the motion that's on the table.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, I think we kind of set ourselves up for this. We maybe should have written a single resolution. Notwithstanding, though, I'd be in favor of some of the actions the applicant has proposed, but at the end of the day, and having reinforced what I had forgotten about the connection between TDRs, receiver sites, and site planning, I'm going to support the motion too, even though I was really trying to be open-minded as I could, but that's a very critical issue for me, what the code says about site planning and TDRs, receiver sites.
Michael or George, add any comments regarding the motion for closed discussion? Okay. I too am going to support the motion. I believe that a clear path forward was presented to the applicants from our previous pair of resolutions. It may not have been the decision that you wanted in terms of the eventual size of the home, but I believe that they work together conjunctively, and we had a split board decision on that. That's so we can bring many perspectives to the table, and that we try to find consensus if we can. But to me, in looking at the site and the full evaluation, the lengthy hearing in which we had of all the evidence presented related to the site itself was why I felt that it was an inappropriate area for receivership of additional TDRs. And it was not about if we moved the activity envelope to the left or the right, it would become a more appropriate site for further TDR. So I felt that that resolution was clear direction, and there was a path forward that the applicants could have embarked on that would have perhaps been settled by now, but it was for a smaller size home ultimately. I look at this application, and I have heard that kind of continual words that we would volunteer to stay the litigation, and that really doesn't mean anything to me. It's keeping it pending, it's keeping it on ice, it could always come back. It was not an offer to withdraw the litigation. And so I just simply can't see having the potential of two dueling applications, neighbors, our board, our staff, everyone expending resources and time to review an application that is not really a good faith application, because there's an attempt to bring back another proposal, from beyond. And so I just didn't see any value in that. At the end of the day, just taking it very clearly from our code, that the board may grant relief from a stay, as long as, for cause, as long as there's a finding that the other proceeding will not alter, amend, or void a previous determination of an action to this land use code. And the lawsuit is clearly there to alter, amend, or void a land use action of the board. And so I just cannot, I don't see that we even have the ability to be able to grant the relief, or that we certainly are not compelled to grant relief while there is a lawsuit of this nature pending. So those are my thoughts on it. Unless anyone else has a burning comment, I will call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Thank you all very much for your time. Appreciate the legal education that we continue to receive up here every day.
Thank you.
Cory, what's your pleasure? Ashcroft is going to be a fairly lengthy hearing. Would you like to take a 10-minute break first? Okay, thank you. afternoon of Wednesday, November 16th. And for everyone else who's here in person, you're at the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and we are now preparing to hear the Ashcroft Ski Touring rezoning continued first reading. Suzanne, I'll ask you to take it away and start to lead us into all this.
Okay, so we met on September 28th, and I think walked away with basically with requests for additional information on various fronts. And I'll walk through what the information I provided in the packet, and then I guess John just distributed some additional information that he will present to you and walk you through the handouts he gave you. And just for the record, I did provide an additional letter from J.B. Turbiddy that was submitted into the record. So just to I guess go back and make sure that everyone's clear that we are discussing the rezoning at first reading, and also the request for activity envelope review, growth management exemption for a change in use to convert the Star Peak cabin from residential to tourist accommodations use, and various amendments to the ski rec master plan, and to include the Star Mill site as rezoned and accommodate the tourist accommodation use on that parcel, to eliminate the approved but unbuilt 3,500 square foot residence on the Montezuma Mill site, to convert the 2 employee units on that site to ski huts, and add 5 additional ski huts on that site. And also, I guess just for the record, to note that the board did conduct a site visit on October 10th to see both the Montezuma site, the Star Mill site. So at the last meeting, walking through the additional information you'd requested, you'd asked for a summary of existing and proposed square footage at Ashcroft based on the previously approved master plan and then the new request. I won't walk through all of those numbers for you, but I guess if you have questions, hopefully that clarifies. In my memo on page 2, there's a table that shows all of the buildings, some of those existing buildings, some approved in the new master plan, and the square footage associated with those, whether it be the existing square footage or what has been approved in the master plan. Essentially, of approved buildings in the master plan, the only new construction that has occurred is the replacement of the Pine Creek Cookhouse and those 2 housing units on the Montezuma Mill site. And then there are obviously additional buildings approved with those square footages. To explain any change in square footage based on this proposal, the new huts, the 5 new huts on the Montezuma Mill site would total approximately 3,400 square feet. And as the applicant has agreed to eliminate the previously approved 3,500 square foot owner-manager unit that would have been located on the Montezuma Mill site, there's no increase in total square footage from the originally approved master plan to what is now proposed under the master plan. Changes in uses, obviously, but not a change in square footage. Do you want, Rachel, would you like to kind of take each of these issues individually, or do you want me to just kind of run through everything and then?
What's everyone's wish? I think maybe just keep running through them until there's a question, but let's not get too far along because they're this detailed. But you just brought up something I did want to ask about myself. With that conversion of the Ashcroft manager unit, where would the manager of Ashcroft then live? They would no longer be on site.
Well, there will still be a 3-bedroom unit constructed adjacent to the cookhouse on the Forest Service property, as well as those 2 caretaker-type units, size units down by the King Cabin. So, I mean, those will provide housing for employees, whether that be a manager, an owner, type person, but those any qualified employee could be living up there on site. So this was in addition to the other employee housing units that had been committed to this additional owner-manager unit. And that was intended to be an RO unit. It wasn't the same as the other Category D restricted units.
So I noticed some material has been handed out. The only thing I got was this letter. I don't see the affordable housing.
Additional copies. Yeah. Maybe that Lindy.
If you have a copy, or I could borrow Lindy's from her. Okay,
I
thanks.
grab Lindy's and then, we can make more
That's
copies.
6, and then 7, 1,
Oh, and I got one.
Here, I'll borrow this for a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. So that's existing proposed Ashcroft square footage. The board had also asked for a comparison with the other huts. And so I went and got the information from the Braun Hut System and the 10th Mountain Division huts, just to give you a comparison on size. Most of those huts are all multi-person huts, one or multiple groups, which in the case of 10th Mountain huts, could share a hut. So person capacity, I think, is clearly larger in those huts, but just does give you a comparison on size. I guess to go back to the huts John is proposing, he's proposing 3 huts of approximately 800 square feet each, 2 huts containing approximately 500 square feet each, and those 2 existing one-bedroom units out there are a little over 600 square feet, 640 square feet. So to give you a sense of the sizes of those, one-bedroom, I think the 800 square feet ones, correct me if I'm wrong, John, were intended to be 2-bedroom units, 2-bedroom huts. And the smaller ones would be essentially 1 bedroom. So that was the square footage information. If there's anything else there? Okay.
Not seeing any questions right now, but we'll have, please continue.
So then the next issue we wanted to continue discussion on was the employee housing mitigation, and there are kind of multiple pieces of that discussion. But so backtracking a bit, background is that the previously approved master plan requires the applicant to mitigate for 16.4 FTEs. I think we've been through this enough times. There were multiple units to be provided on site, as well as payments in lieu and impact fees to be paid. At this point, there was a requirement to construct 3 additional units. The 1-bedroom units down by the King Cabin, the 1 3-bedroom unit adjacent to the cookhouse, and those were to be completed by December 31st, 2011. As part of this application, the applicant has requested a further extension from the BOCC along with this application. There was discussion at the prior meeting as to whether the applicant would agree to completion of those employee housing units as conditioned in the draft resolution, which requires that those units and all of the other previously approved improvements be completed prior to the conversion of the 2 existing cabins on the Montezuma Mill site to ski huts and the construction of 5 additional ski huts on the Montezuma Mill site. And the applicant agreed to respond to that, whether he'd be willing to make that commitment at this continued meeting. The next issue as part of this application is amending their previously approved mitigation, and that's the proposal to convert the 2 constructed 1-bedroom units on the Montezuma Mill site to huts and provide alternative mitigation for those units. The applicant has discussed, I think at the previous meeting, the preference to reduce the number of on-site employee housing units due to concerns that is raised, and to provide alternative mitigation. That proposal provides several alternatives, including deed restricting similar units in the Aspen area or Snowmass Village, paying the applicable housing impact fee, or participating in an employee housing project acceptable to the housing authority. Any of this alternative mitigation would have to be in place before the deed restrictions on those 2 existing cabins could be lifted. That was definitely an issue you wanted to discuss further. And then the additional mitigation for the huts. We had some conversation last time about what does the code require versus the applicant's independent fee calculation. So hopefully this information kind of clarifies, probably raises more questions, but at least provides you more background on that issue. But so in the application, the applicant had asserted that 2 additional FTEs would be generated by the huts. In order to gain points in growth management scoring, if he said that two FTEs was 100% of the new employees generated, to get points in growth management, you have to actually exceed 100% of your mitigation requirement. So then he said, well, I'll mitigate at 2.6 FTEs, which got him points in growth management for the huts. That was based on an independent independent calculation of the FTEs rather than using the requirements under the code. And I'll walk through what those requirements are. So at the bottom of page 4, there's just the actual code provision that shows you how we calculate the impact fee for tourist lodge accommodations. And there are 2 different standards. One is for what we call historic standard tourist lodge accommodation, and the other is for luxury tourist lodge accommodation. There is no definition in the code of what those 2 are. That's left, I guess, to discretion. But just note that there's substantial differences in those mitigation rates. At the historic standard rate, you mitigate for rooms in excess of 4. So basically, you're not mitigating for your first 4 rooms. You're mitigating for rooms beyond that at 0.3 FT or 0.3 employees per number of rooms, and then times the impact fee amount. For luxury rooms, you don't get those initial 4 rooms free, and you mitigate at a higher rate, 1.1 employees per room versus the 0.3 for the standard historic tourist accommodations. Is that all making sense? Okay, so then getting the top of page 5, trying to run through numbers on that to show you what, if they were mitigating based on the rates provided in the code. 7 huts on the Montezuma Mill site, total of 10 rooms at the historic standard rate. If you assume those huts would be, if you assume they were historic standard, you would end up with an impact fee of approximately $70,000. Star Peak Cabin, I did both alternatives, historic standard and luxury rates. So again, with 5 bedrooms, at the historic standard rate, you don't count the first 4 bedrooms, so you're basically mitigating for 1 room times that lower rate, 0.3, you end up with an impact fee of $11,600. At the luxury rate, you don't get those 4 bedrooms free. You're mitigating 5 times 1.1, and you end up with an impact fee of $213,900 plus dollars. So then the total difference, if you're combining all of Montezuma Mill site huts plus Star Peak Cabin, the difference is approximately $81,000 or $283,000 with Star Peak at that luxury rate. So that's if we just said this is what the code says for tourist accommodations, here's the impact fee, determining whether we're using historic standard rate or luxury.
George?
So you said, Suzanne, that the definition between standard, historic, and luxury is somewhat up to discretion, but how have you used that in the past? We don't really have commercial in the county in terms of hotels per se, but we certainly have large, expansive, high-end homes.
We have, so this is specific to tourist accommodations. There's a separate residential impact fee, there's a separate commercial impact fee. So this is only specific to tourist accommodations.
And so for...
And just to continue, we have not seen any, I don't think, under this fee. So it's not something we deal with regularly because we're not adding lodge rooms in the county.
Right.
So anyway.
And how's the fee differ from residentials then? Residential homes, large homes. I mean, is it higher, lower?
I haven't tried to make that comparison.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out
this is higher.
Standard and luxury.
I'm Lance Clark. The idea would be that there would be more employees generated by tourist accommodations by a single-family home. So yes, the required affordable housing impact fee for a 5-room tourist accommodation would be significantly greater than for a 5-room single-family home.
Thanks.
And as a follow-up on that to both Lance and Susan, we're seeing an application that says the potential alternative mitigation deed restricting similar units as in snowmass area, paying the applicable housing fee, or participating in an employee housing project. Is it the discretion of the board to say, no, it shall not be the fee, it shall be actual units, or is it the discretion of the applicant?
For new employees generated by the huts, again, we have to sort of, I think, separate out to some degree some of the issues. There was the prior mitigation and the request to change that. That's the discretion there is to determine if that was most appropriate. For new development, in this case, tourist accommodation ski huts, it's my understanding, and John can correct me, and I think I said this at the last meeting, the code anticipates the impact fee, payment of the impact fee. As an alternative to that, an applicant can request providing on-site, off-site, et cetera, the other alternatives that are available.
So the new mitigation is essentially the fee unless the applicant has a different proposal they'd like us to entertain. And for the old mitigation that's not yet been fully completed, there is an ability of the board to actually say, no, this is the money, you need to do units. You cannot now translate that into mitigation fees.
That's how I understand it.
That's how I understand it.
Okay. John?
The old mitigation not completed will be completed. So that's not a question.
The only question about completing it is how it will be completed, on-site or
But
some
that's
alternative.
on-site. It hasn't been completed, is completed on-site.
Well, and it also, and I could be getting confused by this, but it's also the conversion of what was completed mitigation should be replaced unit for unit as opposed to converted
So that's-
into
okay. That would be right.
mitigation.
We agree.
That would be the distinction, correct. Okay.
Did anyone else have any questions on that part? I know we're just barreling through here.
Okay, so that was if we just went based on how the code defines tourist accommodations. As an alternative to mitigation based on those standards, the code allows a property owner to submit an independent fee calculation study, and again I'll quote the code, if the specific instance of the proposed development would generate employees at a significantly lower rate than indicated by the impact fee schedule. And just, as a comparison, we've seen this a lot. The ski company is probably the best example where they'll always come in, again, with new commercial development and make an argument about the code might say a restaurant is going to generate X number of employees, but I can give you my actual numbers of employees and show you what we think based on real numbers, what we're generating. So we've seen the independent fee calculation is something we have definitely seen and used in other circumstances. So as noted before, the applicant estimated that the huts would generate 2 new FTEs rather than these numbers provided up above based on what they determined. And that number was up to 2.6 basically to get the growth management points. So mitigating for 2.6 FTEs for basically the 7 new huts, the conversion of Star Peak. So on the 2 different rates, at historic standard rate, the mitigation would be, the impact fee would be $30,343. At the luxury rate, again lumping together all of the huts, it would be $111,000. So based on the applicant's independent fee calculation.
May I clarify?
Yes, please, Jack.
Suzanne, the conversion of the existing manager's site to a luxury cabin, does that then require additional employees? Or maybe I missed this, you already went over it, but I didn't.
The owner-manager 3,500 square foot RO unit on the Montezuma Mill site, eliminating that that doesn't factor into this. I mean, that was a unit that was approved and now won't happen.
So that's under the old housing requirement?
Well, it wasn't a mitigation, no, it was not. It was not required for employee mitigation. It was a request of the applicant in addition to that, to have this owner-manager unit. They're now asking to eliminate that.
Yeah, I understand.
So then Star Peak Cabin, the 5,000 square foot residence today, the conversion, obviously that's been considered here.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
This is for John Ely. John, in a previous application of music school campus, there was a discussion about mitigation for employees. And the assertion by the applicant was that in spite of the extensive building, there wouldn't be any additional employees. And we accepted that as a self-assessment, essentially. But we imposed the condition of, should there be more employees in the future, that we will take action to mitigate those employees in the future. And you will do an assessment on an annual basis as to whether you have more employees or not. Could we do that kind of thing in this case?
I can't think of a reason not to.
We've drafted, there is a draft condition to that, basically requiring an audit that I think addresses your concern. And we've definitely done that in other circumstances in addition to the music school.
Rachel, may I clarify on
Yeah.
that? Suzanne, though that's for the possibility of new employees, the package as presented does show some additional affordable housing mitigation. That would have to be taken care of as part of an approval. But what Michael is talking about is if there were additional employees over and above in an audit, that would be taken as on an annual or whatever basis. So, but there is initially still some requirements to get the approval.
Right, the requirements to meet the 16.4 plus then the 2.6.
Right.
And then I think we're talking about out into the future beyond that. Are we exceeding that number or
Yeah,
not?
I mean, this housing, I think, is almost the most complex for me, other than some siting, but the numbers are just all over. So, thank you.
Okay, and just in terms of...
Just real quickly, because I'm not familiar with that portion of the master plan for the music school, but the audit would be simply looking at their payroll now and looking at their payroll, determining how many hours each employee works and or those sorts of things.
It was in my approval, and when I went to the housing for the audit, I said, could I use the ADP payroll? And I said, and they said yes, and they certified that because that shows the exact hours. So yes, that's...
And I would just maybe put out there that it may be more complicated that because of seasonality. You know, someone who works X hundred hours a year isn't necessarily a full-time or part-time employee based on, you know, you have to build it for the snake that's going to swallow the pig, as Michael would say. You know, the amount of employees that you're going to have during prime season.
Well, then we calculate, the FTE provides that, breaking it down into not just number of bodies,
Yeah.
which may be part-time or season, you know, whatever that may be. It puts it into an FTE is a certain number of hours. So it may be that there may be several bodies that make up that one FTE on an annual basis.
I'm just putting out that I'm open to that idea. I think it's more complicated than people think, given the dynamics of employment in this area.
Yeah, it is, and there can be contracted employment as well, that, you know, it's a full contract,
Sure.
and then you bring in employees. And the music, I think it is a good example of audits, but there were some unique circumstances there, if I seem to recall. Part of it was taking rehearsal space that they currently were renting from the Aspen High School, or here or there, so they're saying this is not increasing our activities as much as condensing them in one site and reducing this leased space elsewhere as part of their current employee load. But again, you know, that's something for us to discuss at length if we'd like to move forward with that. Please continue.
Okay. So just to support the independent fee calculation on how many employees John is saying it would generate. He did provide information for a room attendant, so that was included in your packet. And that was really the only additional information on FTEs that was presented, so I can let John present that information to you. I did try and provide, you talked about decision points at the last meeting, Rachel, so I did try and break it down for you into, because this obviously, like you said, is a very complicated issue and there are sort of several moving parts. So again, I put the 3 questions together to try and help guide your discussion on this. The first one being, do we want to extend the deadline for construction of the required on-site employee housing units? I won't walk through all of this, but 2, do we want to convert the 2 existing housing units on the Montezuma Mill site to ski huts, allow the applicant to convert and provide alternative mitigation? And the third issue being requiring the housing impact fee for mitigation for the ski huts based on the code standard of the independent fee calculation. I'm not sure, I don't think I should have said for the ski huts on the Montezuma Mill site. Again, it is for the ski huts on both sites. So those are, as I saw them, or for the 3 discussion or decision points and certain alternatives as to how you would want to proceed with those.
Okay.
So at this point, do you want me to,
No, I
again,
think we're going to
stop there?
continue with the rest of the
keep going through.
application.
Okay, so hopefully that will help guide your discussion on those. There was a request at the last meeting for a definition of a ski hut, which is not defined in the land use code. And I think there were various parts to that request, but on the very basic level, just poking around, I came up with the Summit County definition for a Nordic ski hut, which is a building offering shelter for Nordic skiers, which may include overnight accommodations, cooking, and sanitary facilities. Nordic ski huts may also be used by hikers during the summer season. Fairly basic. It does fit the basic intent, and I think covers the intent here as well as the intent of other ski huts we have in the area. It is pretty interesting getting on the internet and looking up ski huts and finding all around the world where there are ski huts and the types of ski huts, and they run the gamut from very primitive, very basic accommodations with bunks 3 or 4 feet high, 10 by 10 square foot type buildings to pretty luxury and large, 60 people at huts, I think, in some of the European ski huts, full facilities, meals provided, all of that. So, there was everything in terms of, I guess, trying to add to this definition. It seemed like maybe saying basic was better because there are a lot of variations in types of accommodations, types of facilities that are provided. So again, I don't know if we wanted to narrow that. In this case, obviously, John has said that the new ski huts on the Montezuma Mill site would not have kitchens because the intent, obviously, is to utilize the cookhouse for meal facilities. So that would be a narrowing of this, but not necessarily in terms of a definition. Obviously, other ski huts have kitchens, have cooking facilities, and that's how they operate. So anyway, there's just some basic information, I guess, on that point. The board had asked for additional information on management and operation and services, and I think John has some additional information to present to you on that, so I'll just leave that for now. The next issue that was raised was the one of fractional ownership, timeshare, what this means or looks like, and John, you may be able to help here. But just as background, the applicant originally proposed to include timeshare as an allowed use in the master plan. The use table in the code lists timesharing or fractional ownership as M, which is a use that's only permitted as part of a master plan in the ski rec zone. In discussing this with the county attorney, who said basically under state statute, the county cannot prohibit fractional ownership of the ski huts, but can prohibit timeshares, and that's where if you have questions on any of that, I will definitely defer to John and how all that state statute piece works. But I think the point that was pertinent really from John was that the county can control the use of the ski huts under those scenarios basically by the requirements we put on them. We can require them to be available for short-term rental to the public. So no matter the form of ownership, whether there's one owner or a group of owners, whatever that may be, we can say that those have to be available for short-term rentals to the public. And I think some of the concern that had been raised was these are all privately owned, and the public never gets to use them. We're losing that public benefit that's being presented to us.
So, but within that context, when you say they have to be available for short-term rental, can we specify in terms of number of days? Because short-term rental could be 1 day a month, it could be 20 days a month.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yes, you can do that, but you can't specify the rate. So, yes, they're available for rental, it's only $10,000 a night, they never actually rent. You know, I mean, that's the trick of that game. So you can specify that they must be available for rent, but we...
And then we can't prohibit the ability for fractional ownership, but could we ask the applicant if they would be willing not to consider that as part of the application and make let that up to the applicant?
Apart from that, I think the real issue is the use more than the ownership.
Right.
That's something I think that merits further discussion as to what use do you think is appropriate for the type of development that's being requested.
The use, and as Rachel pointed out, the rate as well, because the rate would determine the use, obviously.
You can't dictate for rates, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But availability means it's available, which means it's either occupied or it's not. So regardless of the rate, the market will bear the rate, to an extent, unless there's an election to keep them empty.
Yeah, via the rate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions on this part? I mean, isn't it the Colorado common ownership statutes?
Common ownership interest.
So that, whether it was a restaurant, whether it was anything, you could sell shares of your restaurant and say, you get to use it every Saturday night because you paid the premium price for your share. And so it could be the whole project as opposed to the fractions of an individual ski hut that you just cannot prohibit. Okay. Please.
Okay. Water supply. You'd requested some additional information on water supply for the new huts on the Montezuma Mill site. The applicant submitted an analysis from Zancanella Engineering that compares hut occupancy and water usage with the employee unit occupancy and water usage. And the analysis demonstrates that the 3 employee units, so again, the 2 existing 1-bedroom units and the previously approved 4-bedroom unit, that owner-manager unit we've discussed, would use 876,000 gallons of water annually. And the 7 huts would use 202,500 gallons of water annually. And I think John can address other issues specifically on that report. But the huts, obviously their difference is the huts won't have kitchens, they won't have those associated water uses, dishwashers, units or things that could be associated with residential units, whether it be, obviously kitchen related and or say a washing machine, a clothes washing machine. Things like that obviously impact the water usage. So it did demonstrate a lower annual water usage. There's still the outstanding question, I guess, about sort of that legal water supply question. The 2 existing cabins on the Montezuma Mill site are currently served by the public water system that serves the cookhouse. And that system is permitted by the Colorado Water Quality Control Division as what's termed a transient non-community water system. If additional taps are added, state approval would be required. There is a well permit for a single-family dwelling on the Montezuma Mill site. That was for this owner-manager unit. That could not be used. That permit would not be valid for use in a different type of use, again, the tourist accommodation use. So again, I think the question remains of, are they eligible to have additional taps on that existing community water system, If not, and they needed additional water, an additional water supply to drill a well, to what steps would be required to get there? And I think, Rachel, at the last meeting you had asked, right, is this a new water right that has to be obtained through water court? I think I don't know the answer to that, and I guess it probably, some of this, exploring further this issue with the state about what additional uses can be accommodated on that existing community water system, and I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, because a well permit is not a water right. You can get a permit to drill a well and use the water without it being a water right, and if you ever end up with a call such as they've had more on the Front Range, and they're starting to look at the conjunctive use of the surface water and the wells that are pumping from it, they can require wells to be shut down if the surface rights have been diminished. I have a question I'd like to ask, and John, you may know the answer, and it may be something our staff needs to do some further research as we continue this. But and I just tuned in to one of the Grassroots shows, thank you, Grassroots TV, with the city about their hydropower water lawsuit. And it seemed that it was enumerated that a number of mining sites surrounding Ashcroft were parties to that lawsuit to invalidate the city's hydropower rights. I cannot remember if they mentioned, because they use the term either surrounding Ashcroft or Ashcroft was a party to the lawsuit. I was trying to get that.
I think it was Coke, Elk Mountain Lodge.
Okay, and it was not Ashcroft Limited.
No.
Okay, but it is. So then I would just ask our staff to maybe do a little research to find out, because it was not just the Elk Mountain Lodge, it was also a number of undeveloped mining sites that are owned by different LLCs in the Ashcroft area that were, again, parties to trying to eliminate those water rights. And I just am curious about the overall impact and what the cumulative development, not just yours, of other parcels up there are going to do to Castle Creek. Because we've heard, rumblings about redevelopment of the Stuart Mace, the old coal clout facilities with ACES, and then again some other lots. And so I wanted, and I appreciate that because I want to keep it as separate as I can.
Right, there's one that's called Ashcroft LLC, but I'm not
here.
sure who owns that or what it is.
Okay, maybe that was created some
I think maybe, yeah.
There's
I know that
there's
we're-
a property up Express Creek Road, I think, under that LLC name.
Okay, thank you for that clarification for me. If we had any other questions on the water issue, we can move on to traffic.
Okay. Traffic generation, there was a traffic impact assessment from Schmuser Gordon Meyer in one of the previous packets. SGM had estimated the cabins would generate an average of 7 vehicles per day or 14 trips per day up and down on Castle Creek Road. And they based their estimate that each cabin being booked for successive nights for different parties, so basically turning over the cabins every single day. So trips in, trips out by new parties coming each day. And then they noted in their report that traffic generation may or may not be reduced if a party stays for several nights. And I think that was your question. The last meeting, if parties are staying up there for a couple of nights, what are the chances of them saying, we want to go to town for dinner tonight, or I'm going to go ski in town rather than cross-country ski today? That kind of question. And I think while the intent is clearly that parties would remain on site, obviously there is the potential for people wanting to leave, and they'll be accessible enough. I mean, from the huts to where their cars can be parked down by the King Cabin, it's not unreasonable to think it's not like being up on Pearl Pass and saying I'm going to ski out and go for lunch in town. It's accessible. But, I think given, it still isn't proximate to town. I mean, it's still a ways down Castle Creek Road. I don't think you're going to be seeing multiple trips up and down, running into town for something, coming back, and then running back into town. I think given that, I think the SGM estimate is fairly accurate in terms of you might have multiple parties that are not going to move at all for multiple nights. You may have, they may turn over more frequently, but I think in terms of an estimate, which is all I guess we can get at this point, that's probably, accurate and adequate for our purposes.
The traffic generation study also look at the traffic that would be generated by moving the affordable housing units off-site? And, you know,
I don't think it really addressed that, John. I think it was more just specific to height use, so I don't think it factored in what are the trips being generated today based on those two existing units and changing over.
or all the units that would have been on site?
Well, and that has been addressed in the past under the master plan in terms of, and I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I mean that would have been addressed in the original master plan, what that traffic impact was. So they were just looking at additional impact based on the new use.
Well, and I realize that, but I'm just saying that some of those things that were addressed in the master plan were being asked to change by relocating the affordable housing off-site, and they will be driving, you know, quite likely. Okay. George and then Jack.
Just go back for a second. All of the proposed huts, are they on private land or public land or a mixture?
Private. The huts will all be on private.
They're all on private land?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Jack?
Yes, Suzanne, for the life of me, I can't find, but I thought I read an explanation about parking and where that would be, I guess, both summer and winter. Would you give us a brief bit of feedback on that? Because I'm not...
Yeah, I mean, essentially, wintertime, all of the parking will be at the King Cabin. Any movement within Ashcroft will be on foot, on skis, you know, non-motorized. And in the summertime, obviously then, I mean, in the wintertime, it's clear. The gate's closed, you know, the road's not plowed. In the summertime, the proposal has been to basically have a parking node, which presumably would, you know, there are parking lots existing at the cookhouse. That rather than having cars pulling up directly to the huts, that it would be pedestrian access. You're going to park your car someplace, whether it's going to be at the King Cabin or at the cookhouse, and then you're accessing the huts by foot. For those huts on the Montezuma site. Star Peak Cabin, again, I think it was, you know, the discussion was having nodes. Obviously, the Star Peak Cabin, you know, they're converting the existing house. I mean, there's existing driveway, parking, et cetera, up there. That's a different scenario, I
Well,
think,
for
than
when the
huts
gate's not
on
up,
Montezuma.
then...
Right, summertime, yes. So, is that...
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions yet, Suzanne, keep going.
So final issue, I just think is more that the board needed to have additional discussion on the issue of rezoning the Star Mill site and changing the use of that existing residence to a cross-country ski hut. I think there was a little bit of discussion on that at the last meeting, but no resolution to that issue. So basically, I just included the previous discussion from the staff memo on that issue. And just for quick background, staff had originally recommended denial of that rezoning and was concerned about the hut, using it as a hut, creating additional impacts, not being consistent with the character of the area. Again, that's the short version of it. The Planning Commission disagreed with staff's recommendation and supported the rezoning and made findings that basically the rezoning to ski rec makes the zoning consistent with the adjacent public lands where Ashcroft Ski Touring is located and ensures public recreational use on the property, lessens the potential impacts of continued residential use on the property. They actually felt that the residential use could have greater impacts than the tourist accommodations use because through the tourist accommodations that would be controlled in terms of how much access there was, you know, how people are getting there, when they're getting there, that type of thing would actually be controlled if it was under the ski rec and part of the master plan. And they found that a changed condition in the neighborhood supporting rezoning was the privatization of the Elk Mountain Lodge, that we were losing, you know, properties up in that area to private uses. So again, that was just sort of reiterating the discussion in the memo and bringing it up as an item that needed further discussion. George?
So Suzanne, if it gets rezoned to ski rec, could it still be used as a private home?
Single-family residence is not allowed in ski rec.
So that would,
right.
They would lose that opportunity to
right.
sell that separately on its own and have it occupied by single-family residents?
It could not be a single-family residence. It would be under the master plan. It could be sold separately, presumably, but it would be subject to the approvals related to it being under the master plan. I don't think anything would prevent it from being, nothing ties necessarily the ownership of it, but it is restricted under that zoning and under the master plan.
Jack?
So Suzanne, in staff's opinion, rural and remote is current zoning. There's a proposal to change that consistent with the surrounding area. The staff mentions the concern about intense use. Well, what's staff's opinion relative to residential use versus luxury tourist ski hut accommodations? Would you weigh in on the fact that you think there'll be more intense use of that site?
I think our position was that we felt it could. And
what is your position now? Is it the same?
I would say the same, given that, again, I think, there was discussion last time about, is this a luxury, rental? And I don't think the question about how many services are being provided, what types of services, I think that still has not been defined. And I think that was, our concern going, again, whether it was the right example or not, the trapper's cabin example, looking at the types of services and things that are provided associated with that type of a rental, it could be substantial and it could be different. It could be more than a residence, but could the residents today have a full-time occupant and as many services as they wanted and needed? We have no limitation on that. So, it up until now is not really, it hasn't been a full-time residence, or at least in recent time. So, we haven't seen what that looks like.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions on that? Any other questions for Suzanne at this time before we hear from John? And we certainly will and can go back and forth. John, please.
Where would you like me to start?
Wherever you'd like
I gave
to
you
start.
we talked about the operation of the cabin since we were just on that point.
Okay.
The transportation, as you know, in the original master plan, what we've done in transportation is to have a departure from town, and it's really unlimited occupancy departure because we do it with a limousine company, and they meet at the Wheeler at 10, and if more people show up than one limousine, then they bring another one. We used High Mountain, now we're using Snow. So that could also be used for people going to the cabins. It gets up there at 10 o'clock, leaves town at 10, gets up there at 10:30. That can be available for people going back to town if someone's at the huts and they decide they want to go downhill skiing, which we don't envision. We really envision these people coming up and staying for a few days, not really going back and forth to town. But that machine, that car, that limousine is going back to town. It returns again from town at 3 o'clock, so anyone who went downtown during the day could turn around and come back at 3 o'clock because it gets back up to Ashcroft, picks up the people at 3:30. The day skiers take them back to town. And that's the public component that's already existing, so that's not adding anything. The car is actually going up empty, so if it took guests up at 10 in the morning, it would have someone in them. If it picked them up at the airport, it wouldn't matter. We're also then going to offer that service to people in addition to the scheduled service. We'll be able to offer them pickup at the airport, transport up to Ashcroft, then they can use the fixed transportation or not. We don't envision a lot of people having cars, but that's not something we really can forecast now. So the check-in, check-out, we've said in our original application that we weren't really adding any employees because the employees are there at the King Cabin. So they're going to check them in just as if they're checking them in to ski for the day. If they have their own skis, they'll be set to go. If they need skis or snowshoes, they'll be outfitted with equipment. personal belongings will be forwarded up to the cabins on scheduled sleigh trips. We have 2 a day, one departure at 11:30, another one at 1. So we're pretty much covered. We use it now for odds and ends deliveries. We try to limit our snowcat deliveries to the restaurant between 6 a.m. and about 8 or 9 in the morning. And we try to keep mechanical stuff off the road and off the trails during the day. So, and we, as we said in the application in my presentation to you last time, these people are going to ski there just the way they ski to dinner at night. There might be the odd pregnant lady who doesn't want to ski, and then she can go up on the sleigh. Obviously, the food service exists. The Pine Creek Cookhouse will be available for breakfast for those people staying there. We're not going to open it to the public. The daytime chef starts at about 7 a.m. in the morning. He's going to put out a breakfast buffet, the cereals and hot dishes. So again, we're not really creating any additional food service hours because they're preparing for lunch anyway. And then, of course, lunch is served from 12 to 3, and dinner starts at 6 p.m. Room attendants, you have in the packet that you got for this week something that Chris did. Chris used to work at the Jerome, and he used industry standards to come up with that outline that you have, and he feels, and we feel, for the 7 huts, 1 person would be adequate to do the daily attendance. We don't plan to have turned down at night with chocolates on the bedspreads. We're going to do what's standard in the industry today, and that's to ask them to reuse towels unless they absolutely need to get rid of the towels. And I think the same thing now in hotels is encourage people not to think that your sheets are going to be changed every single day. Regardless of that, all that linen goes with all the other linen for the restaurant and goes down to the linen service. It's not processed on the site. So the maintenance, the general manager supervises all cabin maintenance, just like he and I supervise all the other maintenance. Obviously, these people are already employed, so that's why we don't ask for any additional employees in that area. Emergency services, when the board gave us permission to build Star Peak Cabin, one of the caveats was prior to road and remote, as you guys know, and one of the caveats was what happens about emergency services. And so we did an agreement that Ashcroft, since it has EMTs and first responders and oxygen and defibrillators on site, would respond to anyone at Star Peak Cabin as a first responder, and that's an actual contract. So had we sold originally Star Peak Cabin separately, we still, Ashcroft, would have had the responsibility to respond to Star Peak to any accidents, leg injuries or falling down the stairs or anything like that. So that would continue, that obligation, and it obviously would handle the huts too. So that's something we do. We have EMT on site 24 hours a day, and then most of our employees are all, sometimes, some guests might critique a waiter, and I said, yeah, I know, but he can do CPR in case you have a problem. So, we'll continue to be able to support that for the huts. So that's sort of how they operate. If you notice, I haven't put massage on there. I haven't put guided ski tours. We do. ACES does guided tours with the snowshoes. We envision off-site guided tours would be Aspen Expeditions or some other licensed expedition company in the valley. It's not something we would undertake, guiding them off the ski area. I understand about Trapper's Cabin now, some of the services they may offer there, but no, we don't envision that. We want to make this sort of organic and fun, and I think I used at the last meeting the word rustic, as opposed to luxury. The The water issue, we were surprised, Rachel, because you brought that up, to see that it was much less. We did do not a full occupancy, but even if we were twice as much as we expect from the huts, it'd still be half as much as the daily. And again, as Suzanne pointed out, that's based on the washing machines and dishwashers and stuff, and 365-day occupancy. What Zaccanella did say to me, which isn't here, is that commercial exempt well is very close to what is here on the employee units. Suzanne, you were slightly off. The actuality is that we do use a well, and it was allowed for a single-family residence, but they sort of gave us a pass on the 2 small cabins to use it. We had made an application far along anyway with the Basalt Conservation, or what's it called, the Basalt Conservation District or whatever, for augmentation for water anyway. So in other words, if right now, if we built the 3,500 square foot cabin, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing. We would have to come up with an augmentation plan, because we would then be having 3 buildings, 3 residences in essence on the parcel. Size of the huts, I mean, you guys can discuss that, but what I was, I was surprised to see the number of people they put in those huts, and obviously we're not looking at anything like that size-wise, nor for Star Peak Cabin. Star Peak Cabin would be about 10 people, and the other huts, the 7 huts, would have a maximum of about 20 fully loaded, but we don't expect them to obviously be always fully loaded. So the room attendance, the operation, the size of the huts, the traffic use, you guys talked about that. You're right, the only thing I point out, Rachel, is that would almost be a minus, meaning there would be less traffic had he used that, had Smoozer Gordon used that in his calculation. I didn't ask him to. It didn't occur to me. I go back to the original one and subtract 365 days. I mean, that goes back to really the things that I said in the original meeting, that the problem having residential up there, the employee units, is the transportation back and forth. I have never been able to say to the employees, you can't take a snow machine between 10 and 2. I request it, but it's not something I can legally, according to the Housing Authority, require of them. So this definitely, on that issue, over the snow part of it, and then of course the up and down during the day, I think associated with the residential, it's almost even more. I mean, I'm surprised that people would go down 2 or 3 times a day, from Elkmont Lodge or whatever. Bob Maynard, when he lived there, would come home for lunch, which surprised me. On the employee deal, I didn't mean to drop that on you, other than to really, I was going to go over it. And I know you think I'm a deadbeat, but we've really attempted to solve this issue right from the get-go. And I made a critical mistake in 2003 not listening to my wife, because when the restaurant burned down, she said, why don't we just rebuild what we have, and we don't have to mess with employee mitigation. And in retrospect, that's probably what I should have done, because the 2 impacts for employee housing is what a small business that operates 6 months of the year, what it can support and bear in the lost leader of employee housing. Number one, that one issue. The second issue, as I said to you when you came on your site visit, I wound up with 3 employee pods, one on the private Montezuma parcel, one behind the restaurant, and one down at the King Cabin. Again, that was because of the Forest Service, and the only way we could, Glenn and I, presenting it to the board, could get this done was to create 3 parcels, 3 pods, I'll call them, but that was problematic now because the Forest Service, and it's in this, it's number 5 on the committed employee units. I'm sorry, number 4. Basically, even the federal government is telling me that they won't finance employee units because the underlying permit is at the behest of the Forest Service, even though the Agriculture Department supervises the Forest Service. So the idea of this is just to review this document, this previously committed employee units sheet, because we really have attempted to do it, and that's when I saw I wasn't getting having the ability to do it, that started to scratch our heads and say, what could we do within our zoning that could possibly create more income for the business. When we saw Elk Mountain Lodge go down, as a monster house, we were devastated. It was always our hope that it would be a lodge and those people come eat at the restaurant and ski at the ski area. And, just in closing, the final deal is to watch the county enlarge their ski area terrain for free cross-country skiing has also been difficult for us. So Michael, you said to me, you promised, the previous time, and I don't remember ever really promising. I said I would endeavor, and that's what we're doing now, is endeavoring to try to solve this problem. We think that this approval will give us some wherewithal to, it gives us Montezuma a better financing model to build employee housing in support of the employee units. And we also think there'll be some broader interest in the business, because the business parts will be expanded by having this element. And finally, we feel that, and happy to see that other people feel this way too, that for the community, this could really be good as another amenity and for the community.
Thank you. Board questions for John? We'll go with Jack first, and then come over to George.
Yeah, John Ely, on the covenant relative to affordable housing. Number 7, it says, as expressed by this instrument, John, et cetera, in event the cookhouse, ski area, Pine Creek Cookhouse, et cetera, sold, transferred, conveyed, and foreclosed prior to completion of the required employee housing units at the time of sale, transfer, conveyance, or foreclosure of the property business, essentially shall place funds in escrow. Have we ever determined what that number is? Other than, down further on, it talks about, default is a $250,000 lien. But is there some other number relative to the housing that needs to be built? Not including we have some numbers for this housing, for this application.
It would be consistent with the impact fee. I don't know what that number would be, but it would be determined at the time at the sale to cover the obligation under the approval.
Yeah, but, okay, what I think I heard was that the already pre-approved and, the obligation that's already exists before this application, those units were going to be built. But if the property is sold, that changes the ballgame. It doesn't. This says it doesn't have to be built. It can be. You're saying it can be mitigated through the code.
Money.
Do we have a discretion there? I mean, we've gone long and hard, and I think there was an original approval and then 8 amendments to the housing. Extensions, etc. I think. Well, I'll speak for myself, not the board. I really expect housing to be built. And I would like to require that to be built, regardless of who it is. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not talking about the new potential housing, if this gets approved, but the old. can we require that? I mean, I thought I heard that, but then I'm reading this and I'm going.
I would have thought, I thought that.
John, let me talk to John.
This is what was required at the time. So this is the language that is a result of that. We can always go back and amend this with agreement between the two parties. Without that, then we can only go forward with this or another covenant based upon something else that is conferred.
So, given that where we've been, there are certain approvals, master plan approval, this is an amendment, everything's up for discussion per se, for further clarification or whatever. I mean, and that's what I'm doing on this housing. I mean, I really feel that there was an absolute obligation to say we were going to build. And that was what the intent of a previous board was.
Yeah.
I don't mean we, I mean the applicant was going to build, but we were going to require.
As I read this, you have both provisions 7 and 8 working together. And so 7 does require that the housing be built. And 8 is saying if the housing is not built, the county has an ability to put a lien on the property for $250,000. That doesn't mean it reduces what is owed to the county to just $250,000. It just agrees that that's the amount we can put on the property for a lien. There would still be the ability to enforce the original provision of the actual housing.
Well,
so that's the only.
Well, let me clarify, Rachel,
Yeah.
because on the next page, at the top of the page where 8 shows up, it says provide financial security. Number 7 doesn't, unless I can't read, does not say that housing has to be built. Now, am I missing something? It says financial security. George, in the packet, in the covenant.
It was this that was handed out, and it's at the end of the previous committed affordable housing units packet that John gave us. So,
Yeah, that's today's packet,
Yeah.
not the staff one. I apologize for not clarifying that.
And Suzanne just whispered something to me that is correct. The thing to remember is that this covenant is above and beyond, so to speak. The terms of the resolution always track with the land and are enforceable regardless of how the land transfers. Might come to ownership of it. This covenant was I think as a reflection of all of these extensions and continuances, et cetera, that it was something that was required over and above that. Something that if there was a sale, this is something in addition to the requirements of the resolution that would come into play.
So the resolution requires construction of the units. And I think this was just an additional, I guess the way you described it, an additional layer of insurance.
But so I'm questioning that layer
that
of quote-unquote insurance, because this to me says, well, there is actually a left-hand turn that can be made if sold, foreclosed, whatever, by simply providing financial security. And it didn't mention a number. And then, of course, failure to comply results in $250,000. So what am I not getting?
Well, I don't know that you're not getting anything. You pointed out that you think that the language here should be more explicit in the actual provision of the affordable housing, and that is the end goal of any financial security. But this was, I think, being pro-offered as something related to what if it's sold before it's all built. But again, your point is well taken, that perhaps there's additional ways to beef this up, to be more explicit, that it doesn't get converted into a dollar amount for those units, for those prior units.
Yeah, I think that would be my intent. I'm okay with the new part of an application and mitigating maybe a different way, even though there's reference to Aspen or Snowmass buy-downs, whatever. But the number of new employees doesn't equal the ability to build, to buy. Even if there's that transfer of those 2 other cabins, become huts. It's just the pieces aren't working. So that's, to me, a very much an outstanding issue for us. Thank you.
Michael, did you have your hand up on a point on that?
You know, I'm trying to place this, is this covenant, is not in our packet, is that right?
John provided that in what he's, I mean, I didn't look back. I think it may have been in the prior packets, but this was required as a condition of the prior approval. The
Extension.
The prior extension, right?
Yeah.
The last 2009 extension.
That's what I recall.
Yeah.
We
Right.
had, because of the complexity of this, it never got simpler, it just got more complicated. And so we were trying to, and I think we just directed John to write this, and we actually never.
Right. The condition required that the applicant provide a covenant that was then reviewed and approved by the
Okay, so
the
that
county
places,
attorney.
I'm just trying to place it.
Yeah, that's the background.
And I
Yeah,
think
it
it
was
related to
provided.
when we were requested
I didn't go back
to
and look,
release
but-
the letter of credit to the bank.
Another layer.
Well, during one of the
That's right.
extensions,
That's
we were
right.
asked
Yeah,
to
exactly.
release the letter of credit,
It's a letter of
so
credit.
we take
That was
some
the
burden
first
off your
Work
financial.
with.
That
There
was
we go.
something else.
That was something else. That's my-
This was executed. That's not an executed copy. It was executed, notarized, and I just thought as a courtesy, I knew it was, I thought it was in the packet. It was.
Yeah, it's in the old packet.
Thank you. You know, with the board's indulgence, I kind of want to throw one issue out there. I usually try to wait to the end. There's a lot of good moving pieces here that we're all going to talk about, and I just have to bring forward something that perhaps I failed to during our first hearing, and it's just become more and more apparent to me in my deliberations on this. I really appreciate your intentions, and I appreciate the site visit that we took. I think that was valuable for all of us to really get the lay of the land rather than these maps. But it brought forward to me even more my greater concern here that what we approve is what the public ends up with, whether it's 5 years or 10 years or 50 years down the line. And the threat is, I guess, the privatization of the Ashcroft area. And I you know, it's brought home again in this little extra letter that we just got today with someone saying, I find it a travesty that the Elk Mountain Lodge was converted from a lodge to a single-family residence. And if we were to approve something that created these new cabins on private property, there's no assurance that we're not going to see that purchased by someone with no intent of running the ski touring operation, who doesn't care if they have to remove the restaurant because the Forest Service only allows the restaurant there if there's a ski touring operation, and that it becomes someone's private backyard for the most part. That yes, you could still go through the county road and the access is through Forest Service, but no one would be setting track, no one would be maintaining it as a resort. And you know, with what's happened to Elk Mountain Lodge so very close, and the incredible, unique and spectacular characteristics of that area, I just think it would be, you know, so highly desirable. It's like a golden apple out there for someone to put in their fruit basket of the means. And we've seen lots of examples in this community. People tearing down condominium projects just because they block their view, or the type of land swap that we've been entertaining and dealing with down in the Crystal River Valley for a long period of time. And I don't know, I throw this out there looking for help of how do we find the mechanism that assures that what we're trying to do here with you is what happens. And I mean, you've expressed your desire, and I think that's entirely appropriate, that you know, you're trying to put something together that you can retire from, that you'll know it goes on and it goes forward. And I've just seen some of the best laid plans go awry. And so what are the tools, what are the mechanisms that we may be able to use? And that alone, until we find that, is what will hold me back from voting to approve on this. It's not the parking mitigation or transportation, it's not the employee housing. I think all these are details to be worked out, but not that overly difficult. But that greater concern about what will happen at the end of the day with 6 cabins that could be for grandkids and family members or business associates to come up and use, and who would need a restaurant? You already have the Oak Mountain Lodge, perhaps, or you know, it's a little dicey, and I want to sleep well knowing that if I approve this, it's not going to become something entirely different over time. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and you know, again, for me, I won't be able to vote yes on this until we've really researched that area, whether it's a form of deed restriction on the property, whether it's a commitment of the homeowners association of the cabins, that they will support the operation of the ski touring business, even if it's not breaking even if it's not making money. I don't know what that mechanism is. So I'll just leave my thoughts on the table for that. And George, I think I saw your hand going up, but then anyone else?
Well, I share those same concerns. I mean, how do we ensure that Ashcroft remains a publicly accessible Nordic center? But I guess my question is whether we grant these approvals or we don't, what would prevent someone from purchasing the property? It's been on the market, I don't know if it still is, and doing exactly what you say, whether they have permits to build cabins or not. They could still purchase a property and have that as their backyard. So I think your point is well taken, that somehow we need to put in some sort of deed restriction if that's possible. And that was one of my reasons for that earlier question, in terms of if we designate the Star Cabin as a ski wreck, does that add a layer of protection to help ensure that Ashcroft remains a Nordic center? And if that's not the case, then we need to find some other mechanism. But my other concern is, and I understand in terms of probably from your point of view, from a financial point of view, in terms of wanting to build these cabins, be able to sell them fractional interest. But that again is a concern, because are we creating a public benefit or really a private benefit for those individuals who then can reserve the right to utilize their share and limit the opportunity for the public to really enjoy? And also, I see this as really addressing a higher-end client when we're talking about limousine service up and down to Ashcroft, paying perhaps a higher nightly rate to have access to these cabins than perhaps the normal guests that we may want to see, or a normal or local who may want to experience the opportunity to spend a night or two up in Ashcroft, like so many of us do up in the other remote cabins. So those are some of my concerns, but I think it ultimately comes down to Rachel's point, is how do we ensure that Ashcroft remains a viable Nordic center for the public?
If you all would like to weigh in and give you time to think about some of our concerns. Michael?
John, let me make this clear. That you made a comment that we thought you were a deadbeat. I don't consider you a deadbeat at all.
I don't want you to think I'm one.
I consider you a fine, upstanding citizen, and I want that clear. Thank you. And then you also mentioned in 2003 you didn't listen to your wife. Was that only once that you did? No. The contradiction of whether it remains public or at least accessible to the public is, the inherent contradiction is that if you have a good business model, then it becomes a viable public amenity. If you don't have a good business model, then there's much less likelihood, because we found out that people people with means don't need a business model at all. In fact, so that's part of our responsibility here, it seems to me, is to provide, or at least to provide an opportunity for a good business model. That difficulty is our responsibility, in conjunction with John. I mean, you know, I don't have a problem with luxury accommodations, because that's what people want. I mean, I'm not sure I would use that product, but I've used other ski huts, and there's nothing luxurious about them. So I'm less concerned about the nature of the place, and I think we should be concerned about what kind of model we put forward. I think that the privatization would occur on what we're talking about is rezoning a lot of this to ski rec, and you're not going to have a private residence. They'd have to come back and say, I want to convert it back to a residential zoning, and that would be our choice, quite frankly. So I just don't have those kind of concerns. So those are my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Rob and then Jeff.
I share the concerns with Rachel, but I think a lot of them are being met, just as Michael kind of brought forth. I think the ski rec designation on those areas, one of which is a private piece of land that a public, a private home can be built on. In regards to the fractional, I think everybody has a hard time really understanding how the fractional is going to end up, because we've seen so many different fractionals in our community that you think it's going to go one way and it ends up going another way. But at the same time, I think it does the same thing and creates a viable ability to keep the rest of the operations as open to the public. It's a big part of it. In terms of the luxury versus standard or historic, and by John saying that he's going to have limos coming from the Wheeler, I'm assuming you don't mean a stretch limo where you get a glass of champagne as you're going up there. You're talking about a van, and I don't see that as luxury at all. That's transportation from one point A to point B. It's not a luxury amenity. I mean, I see this as, sure, it may be a little bit higher end than our 10th Mountain Division huts, but this is still a rustic experience just by the nature that you have to sweat from one place to the other to get there, and you got to walk through the snow to get breakfast in the morning. You're not going to have room service and champagne and turn-down service and slippers at your bed and being able to call someone, a quarter at 3 o'clock in the morning to warm up your bedpan or whatever it may be. So in terms of one decision-making process that I'll weigh in on is in terms of the mitigation for employee housing, I would say that I don't view this as a luxury property. The Little Nell is a luxury property, and I see this more as historic. And I think that's one decision point that we have that's open completely to our determination, because it's not laid out in the code in terms of what that is.
Thank you. Jeff?
In my sense is that the board is supportive of the concept, and the understatement of the year is devil's in the details, how this works. For me, that employee housing piece with the covenant that I talked about is critical. It's probably the most important piece, because somewhere the piper has to be paid, and that's what we expected, and we have worked diligently. John, you're our, I think, most visited applicant since I've been here. Or you have visited us the most.
We're the oldest.
In my years.
25 years.
Not oldest. Well, just in my 11 almost years, you're averaging an application or an amendment quite frequently. But we want to make this work, but there are certain really threshold issues, again, repeated. The housing one, And then what Rachel and George spoke about, I'm wondering if we direct staff to think about that and what that means if we need to incorporate language. I personally believe that this is not ready for approval today. There's no, in my mind, we could work 5 more hours, and I'm not sure we'd get to it. We need some further brain think tank type stuff here, because I want to make sure that, say, Michael's assertion is factual, that the ASC is going to protect us from that privatization. Because then, in fact, if that does, well, Ashcroft has been here even before me, and I came in the early 70s. So, wonderful experience, evolution, appropriate for the times. Weighing in on luxury versus rustic. Cabins probably would be rustic. I'm not sure the Star Peak cabin isn't luxury. I don't buy all of this industry time frame stuff and provision of services. Being a property manager, working with maids, housekeepers, and et cetera all the time. You're asking a whole lot of people to go from one circumstance to another, and then I guess your maid's going to cross-country ski, or how are they going to get from one place to another, to the bigger cabin? And we haven't, there's been a representation about the cabins, and that's what this talks about, and I think I could pretty much go along with the room attendant idea. Maybe not in 15 minutes, but whatever. But I haven't been able to understand what provision of services will occur at the Star Peak cabin. So we really do need to understand what that means, and then maybe I'll have a personal opinion about luxury versus rustic. Our intent is to make this, I infer, not speaking for anyone, but the positive comments from last time, and we'd like to make this work, but there is a lot of details that need to be tied up here. And at this point, I'm not going to go back and then go through everything, because those issues of housing and public access or continuation of the ski area are so important, such threshold issues for me, that a lot of the other details start to fall in place. But these need more work now, I think.
Yeah, it has struck me that perhaps what we need, one step we need to do, or could move us along, would be for our board to review the ski rec zoning code specifically, and kind of in its entirety. We've all been at the table long enough to have something or another come back and say, oh, well, that was just a omission of the code, that was something we didn't think about when that code was written, so on and so forth. And there may be ways that we can beef up the ski rec zone that creates a greater sense of security in this. And the other, again, thought I've had is whether there's some form of deed restriction running to the benefit of the county that assures a certain type of operation of the ski, the public ski area. I don't know, but it just, as Jack has said, everything else kind of falls into place relatively well after that. And those might not be the right tools, but and George, you're right, there's nothing to prevent someone, and Michael as well, for buying a failing business and saying, great, as a private home now. Yet, at the same time, the approval of 6 more residential structures, or that could be used residentially, enhances the attractiveness as a someone's private park would have. It's got 6 houses too, and these are the appropriate size. I wouldn't argue about the size of them for a ski touring overnight facility. But as I said before, there are a lot of homes out there selling at pretty high prices for 800 square feet, 1,500 square feet when they're on the free market. So the approval enhances and may add to that attraction to see it purchased as a private playground, or the land surrounding it. So those are my concerns, and I'm going to ask the rest of the board. We know we have a request for executive session later tonight and some small cleanups from yesterday, nothing too big, but some open discussion. Jack has referenced that he's going to need to leave in time to get to a homeowners meeting at 6. Do we want to go through the items that we would like a little further staff research on to bring this back? Do we concur with kind of Jack's sentiment that this probably is not going to be right for an up or down vote today, and that a little more time working out the details might be one of those go slow to go fast type of actions? Michael?
I'd be willing to take time. I mean, I don't think a few weeks is going to make a difference. It might make a difference to John, but it's not going to make a difference in the long term. But I think we should talk about Suzanne's effort at getting some decision points here.
Yes.
Talk about those, and just give direction to Suzanne on those, and then because that starts to clarify at least the housing issue, and then give her specific topics that we need to cover.
Yes.
Be very specific about it. So when we come back, we don't start a whole new round of other concerns, and to give John some clarity on what our concerns are. So.
I think that's kind of what I was considering, as long as others were. John?
You want to say something?
Well, I don't know. When you have
But this is a public hearing, and we will.
No, I know, but she's
So,
been here
yeah.
since 12 noon.
Okay, I know.
whenever it's
It feels
Yeah,
Are
no,
you okay?
no, you're
Okay.
absolutely right.
Can I then?
Well, let's have that public hearing and any other public comments, and then we'll bring it back to, as,
Yeah.
the points we'd like further detail work on. Unless you'd like to say something first, John.
Yeah, let me just say, I was going to say what those two gentlemen and Rob said, that I think the difference in protection of this, I think the difference in Elk Mountain Lodge, correct me if I'm wrong, was the underlying zoning was what gave them the ability to switch it out to what it was switched out to. That wasn't zoned ski rec. It would have been a whole different deal to come in and try to say,
Right, it was zoned AR-10, it was zoned for residential use, so there was a special review approval, I mean, it wasn't functioning as a lodge for many years, I guess, but that was under the AR-10 zoning, so right, a very different zoning scenario, I guess, is the short version on that one.
okay, that's number one. Number two, surprisingly enough, I learned, George, that the bronze system is going to charge one fee instead of individual fees this next winter, like $250 for the Lindley Hut. So, cost-wise, obviously, and it's like the cost of a beer or, an entree, all the costs that we have associated with supporting a place up in the middle of nowhere. We don't have sewer, we don't use natural gas, we have propane and so forth. It hurts us a lot to have to charge what we charge, but we got to charge something on the market rate for all the entitlements and things we have to do. Fractional, it's never been our intent. It's been that we can't take it away, per se. And the only thing I thought about it generally was maybe this is an opportunity for local people to share the valley and own a piece of it, with obviously the covenant that it's going to be in a rental pool. It was absolutely 100% of that, but it's not something we're pursuing. No one really thinks that it's necessarily a good idea in today's world. So that's that. As far I put that covenant in there specifically, I knew you had it in the other packet, so I could show you that we've really tried to work hard to, put these down in black and white in case I fall over dead or sell the place. But it was always our impression that we were going to fulfill, that person who bought it was going to have to fulfill this obligation. So however you want to write that's fine with us. We do want the housing. We just think it's more appropriate. I'm talking now the two that we're taking off the site. We do want that. We'd like it at Burlingame. We'd like it at, somewhere. Free market now is much more accessible and cost-wise. So we do want it. We just think it's more It's more. One of the things with living up there, Chris, my former general manager, all own employee units. But they have children. He lives in Highlands. The other guy lived at Burlingame. They don't necessarily, and they want to buy it. They want to own it. So, not having an RO unit there, we thought was a good quid pro quo to actually utilizing the land for something, a little more beneficial than just having it there, having a unit there. That's all. Have I answered the?
Okay, thank you. It does look like we will end up continuing this, but it is a public hearing, so we will take public comment today, and we'll take public comment again as we continue to refine this. So I'm opening the public hearing. Anyone who would like to speak to the matter, please go ahead and just identify yourself for the record. Thank you. Julie.
I'm Julie Wyckoff, and I think that this proposal is excellent. I think that John and his family have shown that they have been dedicated to running a fantastic business with the tours and the restaurants for our visitors as well as locals. And I think that the HUD system is fantastic, but this gives it's an opportunity to give another Nordic experience to the Valley that's really important. As John said 4 hours ago, the pregnant woman, the families, the little kids that really don't have time to pack all that gear. I think that the Star Peak Home, is that what we're calling that? Star Peak Home is critical to this inventory because it gives a larger family an opportunity to make use of this experience instead of dividing the families up into the smaller cabins. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. And I'm just thinking along the terms of what you all are talking about the opportunity to keep this as a public operation. The more opportunity John has to make money, the less opportunity there is for somebody to come in and privatize this. As it sits now at the Star Peak Home and then the other home site, I think that that's more attractive to privatization, it's just a difference of opinion, than having the little tiny cabins. So, that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional public comment? Anyone here would like to say something today? Okay, we will close the public comment portion for today's meeting, and we will go back to our packet and set as a guide to work us through the items and try to come up with as much consensus as we can on these items. I'm going to hazard a stab at the affordable housing and see if that seems to be the direction of the board, and then go from there. It seemed to me to be a board direction to want to see the previous committed affordable housing built as actual housing and not as a mitigation fee. So that's going forward. The two other components of those, one was, quote, location. I at least have some concern that including snowmass in that potential service area for affordable housing for Ashcroft gets to be a little far away from the whole live near where you work ideal. And it just seems, Aspen or metro area or the Aspen area community plan boundaries make more sense than saying that could land as far away as up in Snowmass. But that's just a personal impression, but that is something that we should consider as a board going forward. Maybe staff wants to weigh in as to whether it should be that large a range of area or more confined. The other area, which we'll just take a poll, is this question of should the rate at which cash in lieu, or excuse me, housing impact fee is charged for the new cabin construction, we have at the historic standard rate or at the luxury rate.
Actually, there's probably a
Is there a variation?
Yeah, variation on that is essentially if it's at the code standard versus the independent fee calculation. So John's 2.6 FTEs versus what the code would calculate that number to be. And then if you go with the code standard, then the decision of whether it's luxury or standard.
Okay, so a
So
first
essentially
decision point
two decisions
is
in there.
code. And what was the number of the FTEs via code?
Code standard at the historic standard was 81,700.
No, number of employees.
Is that what you? Oh, FTEs.
6.3 or 7.1 versus standard versus luxury is what I calculated.
I guess I've always assumed, just to be clear, I've always assumed the huts on Montezuma would be standard.
Okay.
So I've always calculated the mitigation based on those being standard. The variation was in Star Peak being standard or luxury.
Okay.
So code standard with Star Peak being a standard, historic or standard rate, that would be mitigating for a total of 7 FTEs, and the impact fee would be $81,695. The code standard with Star Peak being considered at the luxury rate, so that he would be mitigating for 11 FTEs, would be an impact fee of $283,988. And so the FTE difference there is 7 versus 11, and again versus John's independent fee calculation, which is 2.6.
Rachel, question.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate, I mean, I'm agreeing with staff relative to the Montezuma site. I think that would be standard. As I stated a little bit earlier, I'm not sure exactly where we should land on the Star Peak. I wonder if we would just ask John to come back with an explanation of provision of services there. I'm not, with what I understand right now, I don't have a final, I can't give you a direction, believe it or not.
Okay. Michael, and then George.
Usually
Yeah, the problem with, because it's not very well defined, apparently, within our code, what the difference between historic and luxury is. That's difficult. That presents a challenge. So you have a Star Peak, which we've been at because of and it seems like a very nice place. In fact, it looks like the Trappers Cabin in Beaver Creek. It's very similar. On the other hand, luxury, you could just define luxury on the basis of the size and the generosity of the rooms and the wall coverings and so forth. But you could also define it on the basis of how much services are going to be. Is there going to be someone at the door to open the door for you, someone to wipe your feet for you, someone to hand you a drink, someone to provide numerous other services, which you sort of see in town. And my impression is, given that it really should be based on how many employees are going to be at Star Peak. And that would define the luxury of it. The facility's nice, but if you were going to have 8 people servicing 5 people, that seems to me a luxury accommodation. So those are some of the dilemmas in applying this luxury or designation to Star Peak, and I'm not sure we're getting there. The real luxury, it seems to me, at Ashcroft is the surroundings, the natural surroundings. They're extraordinary. And that's the luxury of that place, whether you're in a one-room cabin or you're in a five-room house. The luxury is outside, not inside.
Thank you. George, your hand up.
Yeah, maybe we're making an assumption, which I'll happy to weigh in on, that we're looking at changing the land use for a storage cabin to ski rec, because if we were not going to consider that, then this would all be academic. And at this point, I'm going to personally support that idea in terms of moving that into ski rec, because I think it does make sense to include that as part of the overall Ashcroft experience, and hopefully will add that layer of additional protection to ensure that it remains a ski area. So with that assumption, and we should probably have that conversation, at least a straw poll at this point, I agree with Michael that for me, the issue between standard and luxury is really the service that's going to be given, because the service then leads down to the number of employees that will be needed to provide that service. So if it's just sort of basic service, but having the opportunity to rent a larger facility so you could have a family, an extended family, for me that would just be a standard property. But if we're starting to have a on-site cook and concierge and whatever else that will add to that, because to me that's what differentiates. If you look, if you rate a hotel between a 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star, it's not just the quality of accommodation, certainly not between a 4 and a 5-star, it's the level of service. And a 5-star hotel has service available 24 hours a day. That's one of the requirements. So it goes back to Michael's point, which I agree with. What is the level of service, and that will determine that. The other point is all these properties in the Star Cabin will only be utilized on a seasonal basis. So there's going to be a lot of downtime, I would suspect, in there. So it's not sort of a typical tourist accommodation that may be open year-round and seeing a lot of turnover. So I think we need to take that into consideration as well.
Yeah. I think it's a little challenging in terms of our code, though, for that, because how many commercial businesses would be able to say, but we're closed 4 months a year anyhow for the off-season? and the different off-seasons. And you still get back to the point of, well, we need the employees the most when all other accommodations are rented up or in high demand as well. So I don't know that we can adjust for seasonality without starting to adjust for seasonality everywhere.
I'm sorry, but that wasn't really my point. My point was trying to differentiate between the luxury accommodation and the standard accommodation.
Okay. And I also think that that's where the potential of an audit comes in. But I have seen kind of failures within those systems where, you don't audit in perpetuity, and then the time period after the last audit is completed, the nature of the operation changes in terms of how many employees are used. So I'm nervous about that. At some levels, a lot of times luxury is defined a little bit by square footage in terms of what can occur within the property. So they have X level of finishes now, or they have X amount of opportunity now. And is Star Peak the 3,500 square foot, or that's the 5,000 square foot home? It's hard to imagine too many places where you would rent a 5,000 square foot home without it being somehow bumped up into that luxury category. But I would be the first to agree that we don't have a lot of guidance within our code, and maybe we should look for more guidance going forward.
I guess one point just to clarify too is that when I do the independent fee calculation, I guess it kind of gets to Michael's point about by establishing the number of employees, that may determine the level of service to some degree, is that the independent fee calculation at 2.6 kind of takes away that are we luxury or are we not. He's basically saying, this is what I have this many huts, it's generating this many employees. So basically that 2.6 gets multiplied by the 38,000 or whatever it is, and that is what you mitigate for. It's not, at that point there isn't the alternative of 2.6 at a luxury rate versus the 2.6 at the standard rate. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
The code would make that distinction, but once we go to the independent fee calculation, I guess, maybe we don't have all of the information to be comfortable that whether it's luxury or not, this is how many employees, the maximum number of employees I'm going to create to service these huts. So anyway, I guess
I see
that may
what
make it
you're
more complicated or less, I'm not sure.
I see what you're saying, and just becomes a variation. An applicant has the ability to submit an independent evaluation of employee needs. We have a code evaluation of employee needs.
Right.
To the extent there's an ability to negotiate something in between the two, because, or modify it later if there's an audit.
Right, and in this case, right, if we, say the 2.6, clearly there would then be that audit provision that says, come back to us, and if you go, oh, wow, I'm generating 5 now, right, you would either mitigate and/or we'd revisit, saying, well, that wasn't our intent. What is it you're doing out there that's generating so many employees now that we didn't anticipate?
Rob?
So in your calculation here, why are you multiplying it times I'm on page 5 in the middle there, under the independent fee calculation study, you've got 2.6 times 0.3 and 2.6 times 1.1.
I realized as I was looking at the next page where I just did an independent fee calculation
Yeah.
at 2.6, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, at this point, it's not then times that 0.3 or 1.1, so I think my number's really in the middle of page 5
So
are
would
incorrect.
It not be
These are
2.6
And maybe I've blown all my
times
numbers.
38?
It's the 2.6 times 38, so yeah, my numbers
So
are...
really the last
this number-
checkpoint there would be
Right, that num's wrong. So
2.6
basically the middle of page 5
times-
would be wrong and right. The 38 times 2.6 would be...
38,902.53 would be 101, 146, 58.
Yeah.
But it still goes back for me that we got to have John provide us, as he did here for the cabins, an explanation of what services he's going to provide. I mean, we didn't tour the whole building, upstairs, et cetera, but it's a luxury property. But will luxury services be provided, therefore the number of employees could vary. So I just would like to have John provide us some information and not have to weigh in on this one. The cabin's standard for me, there's no question.
Rob?
Let me just weigh in on a couple of things. One, I think, as George stated, the overlying decision is whether or not to go towards a ski rec zoning for this area, and I think there's evidence to support that. One, I believe that it would protect the land a little bit more than having a private use up there. Two, I think it's consistent with the surrounding areas. So with that said, let me get to the luxury versus standard. And I think I disagree a little bit with Jack in terms of having the applicant come forward with us with his opinion whether or not he thinks it should be luxury or standard. I think this is unwritten in our code right now, and we need to come up, or our staff needs to make recommendations to us in terms of what they think the trigger points would be, and then hopefully eventually we can amend our code and put this into our code, because we've been battling over this for a couple hours now in terms of what's standard and what's luxury. My personal belief is that it does need to be directed a little bit more towards, because we're talking about employee mitigation, has to be a little bit more geared towards services than how spectacular the property is. I mean, you could have gold-plated faucets in one of the bathrooms. It doesn't mean that it's more luxury, that it creates more employees than having a brass faucet in the bathroom. One may be more luxury than the other. I think off the top of my head, the example of dining at the Little Nell restaurant versus dining at Rustique. You have 3 waiters that are waiting on you. It's still a room, it's still one table, it's still one chair. You get a salad fork and a dinner fork, but you have more service, and it's the service that is providing the mitigation level, because that's what we're talking about here, is a multiplier for the mitigation level for things. The other thing I wanted to weigh in on is the independent calculation fee study. And as much as I respect John's, the applicant's figures here, I really think he's selling himself short on the seasonality of things. You're providing, you've got a multiplier or a dividing line of 2080, which is 40 hours a week. How many of your employees work 40 hours a week? 52 weeks a year. How many of your employees work 52 weeks a year? And you really have to mitigate for the employees during high season. With that said, my gut reaction, and we have to determine what's luxury and what's standard, is the mitigation of a standard is $81,000 being calculated here. And as we just recalculated the independent fee calculation study for 2.6 employees, it's $101,000. I think you're better off going toward, if we end up with the standard mitigation versus the luxury, I think the applicant is better off arguing for the not doing the independent calculation. But it really, and then the luxury one is at $283,000. So it's really a question of whether or not it's luxury or standard, which I think we need to determine as a...
Something seems very wrong in my numbers. Sorry, when you started saying that, I'm like, I obviously need to make sure all my numbers are right.
When I read that last night, that you were using that multiplier even though that was the actual increase, because the multiplier is based on rooms.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but something even out of whack when you're saying when you compare 7 FTEs at the historic standard versus 2.6.
Yeah.
That coming out, that something's wrong in there. So I need to clean that up.
The numbers in my mind are irrelevant. I'm giving a direction of what I think. First of all, we need to determine as a board from our staff's advice on what's standard and what's luxury for this sort of scenario. It's not something that's obviously come up before, so we need to determine it. We need to have the applicant give his arguments as to why he thinks he's luxury or standard. And as I said, I think the independent calculation that was presented, to me, I would relook at a lot of those numbers, and I think he's better off not going in that direction than...
Okay. Jack, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, quite frankly, if John wants to be a true community member, contributor, he ought to pay the higher fee. So, I don't think, really, I'm being facetious here, because we shouldn't determine that. That's not our decision. All I said, and this was an hour ago, that we ought to find out what John is going to do to provide services. Therefore, that determines the number of employees. And then the third time I said that a little bit ago, I did say, yeah, well, that's a luxury property too. But I wasn't basing my determination on it. It's about services, which equates to employees.
And, again, I thought we had, a little bit on the idea of perhaps picking a standard and doing an audit, because you can approve one standard of service level John has today, and that business model might not work, and it's like, no one wants to rent it for $750 a night for the place, but if we do it at 12, at $2,000 a night, they do. Well, we just have to provide more employees. The market itself will dictate on that, and And John may not be the eventual owner of it. And so while he has one operating plan and what they're going to, serve at the restaurant this winter might be very different from what someone perceives and wants to serve there later. And so that's part of why on some commercial standards, it's always been based on square footage. It's kind of what activities you could have within there eventually, because we as a board only have one bite at the apple towards the square footage, and if and uses can intensify greatly over time with future owners, but there's no ability then to go back for additional mitigation. And so, that's where, for me, it really relates more to 4 bedrooms, 5,000 square feet. What about the intensive spring cleaning and deep cleaning and fall cleanings and repaintings in between? I mean, it's not just the day-to-day service of someone who may be taking care of an overnight guest. But it seems to me that Suzanne has told us she feels the numbers she has presented in the packet are
I need to double check.
inaccurate in some way. And I think that this could be written up in such a way that gives us more clear choices for us all to determine and start to look for some, mutually acceptable standard of what luxury is, standard is, and or whether we can make one of those determinations and have an audit later, as Michael has put forward. But George had asked us the fundamental question of the Star Peak cabin rezoning. That seems to be something our P&Z supported, even though our staff did not. And how does this board feel about including that in the rezoning of the proposal?
Yeah, I'm supportive of it, even though it's a little bit of a concern about the rural and remote zoning, and we all know about that. I think it's consistent with what's going on in the neighborhood, and I would agree with whomever made the comment that it seems to give us a little more protection per se relative to what happened at Elk Mountain Lodge. That was residential, and that was clearly a lot of impacts. Well, I think it all works as a whole, with this being consistent with the surrounding zone.
Okay. And while we have a number of items that have been put in our packet because there were questions that we as a board had earlier, I don't see that there are specific actions that we want to take on issues such as traffic. We're not putting additional, or we're not having recommended any additional traffic mitigation measures other than the commitment to the limousine/van transportation systems, which are a commitment as part of this application. The water supply, our standard code applies of showing availability of water before certificate of occupancy. The rest are matters that you deal with the state on. I think while we could use it as a working definition of ski hut, we would need more formal action to formally amend and put it into our code, the examples that you have brought us forward from Summit County. So the really larger issues come back to the housing impact fees, and we may have been able to take that as far as we can today because of kind of this conflict in the numbers, as well as the broader, and we've talked about Star Peak that has support, and it's kind of the broader discussion of potential support for the application, and just needing to see the, and I think most people have weighed in at some level, but let me ask that question one more time. How do people feel in general about moving this to a continued public hearing on a path towards an approval? Jack is yes. Michael, you seem to be supportive of that.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have the path towards approval.
Path to continue the dialogue.
I don't want to prejudge anything.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Rob?
One other point is that we haven't really discussed the continuation or the extension of the application that they have, which I don't think John's going to build employee housing by the end of the year. So really, if this doesn't happen by January 1, I mean, it's all mute.
Well, he can get in line with the ski company to extend his temporary permit of conditions that are not.
He's already in line. At least he has the application in front of you.
He has the application
He's ahead of
in front
them.
of us.
I think that's a pressing decision,
Yeah.
and I know there's some concerns.
Yeah, I'd like to have John, because he has already stated that he is okay with the requirement to build the previously approved components, the mitigation for the previous. I'd like to have him work with John to work on that covenant. The resolution's going to speak and allude to that, but that reinforcement document, I'd like to have that in there, that it's very clear that the previously required mitigation has to be built.
I'd still like to go back and take a look at the genesis of the covenant. I haven't seen it in a while, since just right now, and until Rachel made the comment about the financial security, I'd forgotten that. I know that the generation of the language went back and forth for a while in and out of my office, and so I'd like to pull out the files
Well, certainly,
and take a look at the history of it. I think it was written fairly much at a directed point, and I think the reason it was written that way was for a reason, not in a way to try to diminish the requirement of putting on-site housing out there. So before we tweak it, I'd like to go back and refresh my
We're
recollection
handing you
on
the
all
ball
that.
to do it legally, and I think the direction, I hope, is that we're going to require that housing to be built. It can't be mitigated through fees.
Yeah. I mean,
And ironically, this covenant was only executed, John's signature, August 25th, 2011, even though this went back several years, so I don't know how that happened.
We sent a document.
We want to make sure that this
That
gets
said
done.
the same thing, but then it had to get in a form that they wanted it.
Yeah.
They rewrote that one and sent it back.
Yeah, and let's not get
There's another one.
sidetracked in that. There obviously are two different operations of code going on right now. One is a previous approval and commitment that has not yet been fulfilled, which will need to come to us formally for an extension going into this winter season. The second is a new application which would build on the foundation of that extension for any new affordable housing and new requirements and changes in the program, which brings me to a separate question, because I think it's indicative of the overall proposal, but is the board comfortable with the concept of the conversion of the affordable housing that has been built into ski huts?
I'm okay.
I mean, that,
It's going to be replacement, so, I mean.
well, the housing is going to be replaced.
The housing's going to be replaced.
That-
Yeah,
oh,
so it's
oh,
fine.
yes, but it is a conversion, and, again, the caveat I'm going to want to see in that final is, because they are on private property, they are not tied to the Forest Service permit, what are the strengths we have within the ski rec zoning or other mechanisms and tools to assure that they will continue to be short-term accommodations. They would not be turned into private residences or private cabins in the future. So I'm hopeful that's the caveat for most of the board as well, that strength in there is the ground on which we are supporting the potential conversion from affordable housing to those purposes. Suzanne, can you think of any other specific questions we should try to get more direction on? I know there's more things we're going to have to investigate and augment the existing resolution.
Without running back through all my notes, I mean, I've taken a lot of notes, so I think there are other things there. But I guess just one thing on the deadline extension, I guess probably it would be appropriate to have a separate resolution for you
That's what I'm thinking.
Provide some extension for that, since that would need to happen before the end of the year, and it doesn't look like this will be out of here before the end of the year. So, yeah, anyway, that would be one thing that would be additional.
Okay. We'll bring that forward then. George?
Just a couple suggestions for John in terms of just the language. I would change limousine to van shuttle service. I would change room attendant to hut keeper. And that may better help define standard versus luxury as well. I mean, these are hut keepers, they're not room, I mean.
It's called snow limo, but they have vans, and we used to use high mountain taxi.
Who has limos? It's all very confusing.
Yeah, because that use of those names sort of, set me off in terms of it's going to be high-end. Well, it may be high-end, but, there's a difference between a room attendant and a hut keeper. That's a suggestion.
You're right. I apologize. I think in
No,
our
I don't apologize. I'm just offering
we
that
call them-
idea.
Danny, I think in the original application, we call them hut keepers, don't we? Yeah, I think if you look at your original application,
I've got it somewhere.
you can't.
So Rachel,
I would,
was there a inclination of the board to clarify, consistent with state law, of course, about the fractional,
I think that is the clarification.
Okay, but I thought there was one additional point that we would like to see these rented.
Yeah, I think that's within the ski rec code that we might be able to do the most, but we cannot affect the form of
I
ownership.
understand, but the point was really about the rental.
Yeah, I think some additional language in the conditions to that effect.
Yeah, I think the city wrestled with it for a period of time and ended up with a, kind of fail-safe type of provision as well to say there cannot be sequential leasing to the same person, so that someone couldn't lease all 12 months of the year in different fractions and things like that. So it was a fail-safe.
And one last thing about audit, because I've heard what others have said, a statement relative to, well, when the audit's done, then uses might change. So we have in the resolution 2 and 5 years. Did we want to go 2, 5, 7 or something? That's just for a discussion point next time.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Board, I'd like to entertain a motion to continue the Ashcroft ski touring rezoning and the Ashcroft ski touring ski rec master plan amendment activity envelope. We can have any further discussion after the motion's
So
made.
moved.
But we need a date certain from Suzanne as to when we should continue this too. There's a fairly decent amount of work which we've laid out for you here. Our meeting roughly a month from now would be December 21st. Would December 7th be too soon? Do you think it should be one of our first meetings of the new year?
We have.
I know you're busy at the restaurant over Christmas as well.
Right, as I say, there is an extra week. It's not just 2 weeks before your next meeting. There is an extra week in there. So I would say maybe we can continue it to December 7th, and hopefully we're able to pull together all the information. If not, we can go from there. But
My birthday.
December 7th?
And I would include that in my motion.
Okay, to December 7th.
I'll second.
Okay, second. Very good. And again, any other comments or direction to staff that you'd like to offer questions? Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you for.
For continuing to get.
John, we're working at it.
Okay.
Did you call the
All in favor?
Oh, thanks.
All right. Thank you for that. We're now going to move directly into our BOCC open discussion for any items
Can I grab those
that we'll break for a couple minutes. Break, really break down. Thanks for that, Ron. About 5 after 5 on Wednesday, the 16th, and the Board of County Commissioners is now in an open discussion portion of our meeting. We are reviewing various letters that we have been drafting in work session. regarding the unitization request of the oil and gas drillers in the
Lake Ridge unit?
in the Lake Ridge unit in the Thompson Divide area. So we're going to take these letters one at a time, starting with the one that begins, Dear Senator Bennett and Udall. I'm sure you realize this, but you have a couple sections of the letters that are spread out word-wise, kind of centered,
Yes.
as opposed to all the same type things.
Yes, that needs to be fixed. Thank
That's
you.
easy enough. Other board comments on the questions. I think the one issue Michael raised before, I don't know that we fully had answered, and this was one that was kind of being kicked a little bit to John, but it's the end of the third paragraph. However, in this case, unitization is an inappropriate tool because of its far-reaching policy and legal implications. And there was a thought that there should be some amplification on what those far-reaching and policy legal implications are.
And may I
Please.
respond? Yeah, in the paragraph that's in gray, in a gray shade or the sentences in that paragraph in gray above, the sentence, let's see, the second sentence says, this approach is preferable to years of costly litigation that may result if important policy and legal questions, I added, regarding the best interest of the public and the validity of gap leases in the roadless area are, et cetera. So that was my attempt to address that concern.
Okay, so you did it as a pre-explanation, and
Yes.
those are references back. I would ask, as you're reading it, Michael, does that seem to get to your concern on that sentence?
It might be too complicated for me to understand at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Well, could we just put comma as referred to above? I mean, that's directing them back again to our concern about gap leases.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
I thought that was the comment previously. We're going to re-emphasize gap leases and roadless rule at that point. No?
Well, Michael had a concern about art, and I'm guilty of somewhat speaking for him, so he can certainly adjust this, but I thought he wanted further articulation in after this sentence, after that 1, 2, 3, third paragraph, and it seemingly articulates that information above. And of course, in the previous, I mean, how many times should we refer to it?
Yeah, and I could move it to the last sentence if that's the preference, the elaboration on what we're referring to when we talk about policy and legal questions. If you think it would be better stated in the last statement, not a problem.
I'm comfortable with it the way it's written, but there was some discussion about whether the terms, its far-reaching policy and legal implications should be amplified on a little more. Helen has explained that she felt that she really did that in the first part of the paragraph. And so the question of the board is this language acceptable? George?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, we can continue to wordsmith this to death. It's a thank you letter. It gets our points across in terms of our concerns, and I think we should give it out the door.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments on that? I like what you added in the end about the environmental and habitat concerns as well as legal concerns on the back, so that's good. And if we don't have any changes, you have a version available for us all to sign at this time? Is that?
No, actually, because this was transferred from a PDF draft to a Word draft, there are some spacing issues and a few things to clean up.
We have a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
We have a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Okay, good.
That'll be good. Okay, perfect. So is that okay with this letter? The second letter is...
Yeah, I just have one thing. I've read it like 4 times, and in that last gray area, got the word against the impacts of oil and gas development. I don't know, for some reason, against doesn't over the impacts of oil and gas development? Concerns about the need to protect wildlife habitat and other natural assets of this important area from works better.
Yeah, I'd go so far as to say important area
Yes.
as documented relative to the impacts, but maybe that's too strong.
I think from is a good replacement.
Okay, just against sounded weird. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good catch. Okay, the second letter is the one to Jerry Strahan and Scott Fitzwilliams. Much of this is the same letter as we have seen before. Now, my understanding, though, this was also going to go to Assistant Director Abby, who had responded to the Senator's request about the unitization. And
I would send it right up the chain. I would send it up to Secretary Salazar as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he may not see, but certainly his staff are going to see it.
Yeah, and Director Abby as well as these folks.
Okay.
Director Abby?
Abbey. Thank you for asking.
And then Secretary Vislak.
Oh, right. Secretary of Agriculture.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the changes that...
So that's CC'd, is that what we're saying? This will be copied to those other individuals?
John, what would you recommend? CC'd or directed to them as well? Directly.
I would send it directly to them.
Okay, then directly, not
Okay.
CC. Somehow CC is easier for more or something. And to the extent we had any changes from the first letter that need to be popped in here, we'll let you do that. How do people feel about the second letter? Okay, I see thumbs up, I see nods. We're okay.
Bring that one back tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we'll get these out the door now. I'm sure you'll be glad to get them off your desk. The longer one is the hydraulic fracking disclosure rules. This is a first-time letter, not a response letter, and it is deadline tomorrow?
No, the deadline is November 23rd, which is Wednesday of next week.
Okay. Thank you for that.
But we wanted to make sure that it was in time for any packet, so that might be putting together what is here.
Right. I think you captured our intent, myself, to really emphasize true disclosure of fracking fluids, not disclosure of some and shielding of others. So, is everyone else supportive of this or have any changes?
On page 2, third main paragraph, starting with concerns, we use an example of Pavilion, Wyoming. But that's the only example we use. Should we put Pavilion, Wyoming, for example, in here? There are other instances right in Garfield County that we know about.
I think using the word "for example" is a great idea. Officially, the state doesn't recognize those other examples as being valid right now, that they may have come from other problems, other issues, naturally occurring benzene.
Even when you light your faucet on fire.
And we don't have to include that example.
No, I think we should include
it's
this
strong.
example, but I think the way that Jack says, for example,
Okay.
Emphasizes it's not the only.
So you are adding that, for
word,
example?
For
Okay.
example. Okay. So does that seem?
One other one on page 1, under number 1, it says, must be made available to these agencies and the COGCC director, is it the director or the board? I'm not really familiar with what the chain should be.
I think in the case of having a repository of information that we could request quickly, it would be better to have that placed with full-time staff rather than with the board. And so.
Okay.
Yeah, the only other one I would say on page 2, the third full paragraph that begins with the words "at a minimum" should require full disclosure of all chemicals used in hydraulic fracking to local and state public health agencies, health professionals, local, state, federal environmental protection agencies. I think we should have public safety and first responders.
Had that and dropped it out. Thanks.
But, certainly there. Anybody else have any thoughts they'd like to throw in? No, thank you, Ellen. As always, great work. I'm sorry we didn't get to this portion of the meeting sooner.
Oh, no, I
Yeah, this
appreciate
is
it.
tremendously positive because it's pretty technical.
This one, as I just told John Peacock, I floated it around the horn a little bit just to see if there were, just to get some responses. And the one response I got did indicate that, as you know, it's a fairly aggressive stance and may or may not be considered by the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission as a legitimate approach, but that's never scared you off before. So
Yeah, well, again, the more they're finding on the Front Range, I think the more pressure they're getting from other communities and less from just West Slope communities about the groundwater issues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. John, what other items do you have for us?
There's one other item that actually George had requested to be brought up in regards to our process for appointing Basalt Library Board members. And by way of background, it has been our practice, there's no formal agreement to my knowledge, but it's been our practice to basically accept nominations from the Library District Board and then to ratify those nominations, and likewise we ratify the nominees from Eagle County. And I believe that is the same process that Eagle County follows, the town of Basalt, as well as us, which are the three entities that make up the Basalt Library District. And so there's been a discussion about maybe changing that among the three entities. And George, I probably should turn it over to you to speak to a little bit more, but really the change would be pretty simply us doing our own advertising, recruiting, and interviewing, just like we do for other boards. And,
Yeah, Basalt Library is going through some growing pains, I think, and there's certainly, because of the economy and the budget, always raises concerns and issues that come to the front. But underlying some of those issues from some of the citizens is concern about the accountability of board members of Basalt Library. And in the past, we pretty much have just rubber stamped those appointments. And last year was the first time we actually interviewed a candidate. And I just think that since that's part of our responsibility to appoint 3 board members, that we should follow the same procedure that we do with any of our committees. The Basalt Library could still send out information in terms of these are the openings that are available, and then apply to Pickens County, and then just go through our normal process. And I know Basalt is looking at the same thing. Eagle County may not be. And if that's the case, then I think, again, we should be at least interviewing those candidates instead of just rubber stamping, because I think we're a lot closer to the concerns and issues in Basalt than, frankly, the Eagle County commissioners are. And I think that will help ease a lot of the concerns of the citizens in Basalt, knowing that there is some accountability. And in the past, where Basalt board members have actually solicited members, interviewed members, and then sent us the docket, there was really no separation between their duties and our duties. So I'm just trying to clean that up, and I think it will be met with appreciation from the members of Basalt Regional Library District.
And thank you for bringing that forward, George. Jack, you?
Since I've been on this board, actually, the process has evolved. It's gone back and forth, and I support this most emphatically because it is our responsibility, and I don't like rubber stamping anything. So
It's nothing quite like a special district residing in 3 or more jurisdictions, so I understand the complexity. I support the idea as well, George. Rob's nodding on. Michael, you're supportive. So that is direction to start to instigate a dialogue as necessary to.
And what I'd like to suggest is that regarding the Eagle County appointments, I think we should find out what's going on there. I'm a little concerned about us starting the process of interviewing and recruiting in Eagle County.
I'm not saying recruiting in Eagle County. I'm just saying that before we appoint those prospective candidates from Eagle County, that we at least have the opportunity to interview them.
Okay.
Just like we would with some of our joint appointments between the city of Aspen and Pickens County, like the Housing Board. We have the opportunity to interview as they do.
Right. And I'd like to bring back information to see what Eagle County is or is not doing in relation to this.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that they follow the same format and for those same reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Michael?
I guess I'm confused. I thought we were talking about just the Pickens County representative, the resident of Pickens County who's going to be a member of the board.
I think the proposal was broader than that, Michael. I think, yes, for the Pickens County appointees, but I think the addition to that was also interviewing the Eagle County appointees, which right now we basically just ratify the appointment from Eagle County.
That gets a little dicier, it seems to me. That's a much more challenging deal because that's 2 jurisdictions. That's a flashpoint, seems to me. I personally would have no problem with the Pickens County person, but extending our interview capabilities to the Eagle County, I don't see how that works.
So maybe we can suggest and see if they actually are will follow a similar format in terms of interviewing, understanding some of the concerns from the constituency in Basalt, and if they're going to follow that same path, then I think it'll be fine. I'm just concerned that if they're not going to interview candidates, then it becomes a self-selected process amongst the current board members, and that's what I'm concerned about.
Michael?
Well, maybe we could ask for a structure that's an IGA of some sort that says a representative from Pickens, a representative from Eagle, and a representative from Basalt or something will be the interview board. So something of that nature.
I think the issue is now brought out. Why don't we take a look at this and see how best to implement the intent of the board rather than trying to wheel and blindness here without seeing what else is going on.
Yeah.
I very much support talking to Eagle County before we make a final decision about that piece.
Yeah, I agree.
Our own, absolutely.
I agree, and I think that, it sounds like one of the larger goals is to make sure the positions are advertised and known that they're broadly available rather than, just board members self-perpetuating board with, more closed circuit, basically, application processes. Okay, thank you.
And that's it.
That's it for you. I have 2 small things. One is that, it occurred to me after future agendas, that November 28th, of this month is a Monday. That's the usual 1177 roundtables in Glenwood Springs from 1 to 4 p.m. I'll make sure they're actually having it this month because they just had their joint meeting with the Denver Metro on Monday of this week, but their first time, and whether that superseded the 28th, but I would not be able to be there on the 28th because it's CCI and I'll be out of the area. So we'd either need someone else or we'll see if the meeting was canceled. That's just a scheduling footnote. The second is, George, did you get the email from Gina Pingino with CCI related to the Gallagher study committee legislation? I'm not sure I'll fully encapsulate it, but she has expressed concerns that everyone is nervous that a study group on Gallagher, because it is so interdependent on Tabor and Amendment 23 and special district law and everything else, might open up a hornet's nest of taxation issues and it may push towards changes of taxation issues that are not beneficial to counties in the long run. And she was just kind of searching for direction about how did we think this should go forward, because Pickens County did bring the idea forward at the table for the legislative policy. It was agreed to do that. I think she also mentioned she's having trouble finding a sponsor, or they're not sure who would be a sponsor because people aren't sure what they'd be opening up. So
maybe I'm confused. I thought the study committee was to be a CCI study committee to develop a position.
No, it was legislative.
Okay.
yeah, or at least have the blessing of the legislature in such a way that there would be some weight given to it, some support given to it. I don't know that we need to discuss that today, but I wanted to give John the heads up so that, I don't know if you got the email from Ginny or not. It was really just midday yesterday, and so I hadn't had a chance to print it out or forward it to others. And
probably everyone should get a copy of that so we have a chance to read it and then discuss it.
okay, so again, I just want to bring that up as an initial dialogue. Did anyone else have any open discussion items that they wanted to bring up to the board? Okay, I'm seeing none. We did have a request to go into executive session, and I think we can do that fairly quickly. Is there a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of real property acquisition?
That would be pursuant to CRS 24-6, 4024A.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. We are in executive session. Grassroots, you can stop filming, and I'm not sure how long it would take you to break down as to whether we just want to go into the side room or something, or go upstairs.
Everybody's